Stories of Futures Past presents 5 stories featuring Telepathy, Volume 2. Cogito, Ergo Sum by John Foster West. Too Close to the Forest by Bryce, Walton and Reynolds. Bright Islands by Frank Riley. Now We Are Three by Joe L. Hensley. Accidental Flight by F. L. Wallace.
Cogito, Ergo Sum by John Foster West. Originally published in Fantastic Universe, March 1954. Narrated by Tom Trussel. I think, therefore I am. That was the first thought I had. Of course, not in the same symbols, but with the same meaning. I awakened, or came alive, or came into existence suddenly. At least my mental consciousness did. Here am I thought. But what am I? Why am I? Where am I? I had nothing to work with except pure reason. I was there because I was not somewhere else. I was certain I was there, and that was the extent of my knowledge at the moment. I looked about me. No, I reasoned about me. I was surrounded by nothingness, by black nothingness, a vacuum. Immense distances away I could detect light, or rather, I could perceive waves of force passing around me which originated as points vast distances away, vast in relation to my position in the nothingness. There were waves of force all about me, varying in frequency. The nothingness was alive with waves of force, travelling parallel and tangential to each other, without seeming to interfere one with another. I measured them, differentiated between them, and finished with the task in a matter of seconds. How could I do it? It was one of the capabilities I was created with. What was I? I perceived the waves of force. I perceived great quantities of mass, solid, liquid, gas, whirling in vacuum, mass built up out of patterns of basic force. I searched my own being, analyzed myself. I was not gas. I was not solid. I was not even force. Yet I existed. I could reason. I was a beginning, a sudden beginning, and I had duration, because I knew that time had elapsed since the moment I awakened, though I had no means of telling how much time, or of even naming the period. Could I really be pure reason? Can reason exist? Can rational entity exist without a groundwork of matter, or at least of force? It could. It must. I was rational entity, and I existed. Yet I could find nothing of force, nothing to occupy space about myself. For all I could ascertain, I might have covered a one-dimensional point in eternity, or I might have been spread throughout vast distances. From this reasoning, I concluded that rational entity might occur either as some force unlike that of all natural phenomena in space, or as some combination of these forces at the moment beyond my own power to analyze, even detect. I finished with that for the time being. How did I come into being? I discarded the question as unanswerable temporarily. What was I before that instant I suddenly reasoned? Cogito, ergo sum. I could not say. How did I know I even existed, really? Obviously because I was capable of rational thought. But what was thinking? First, it was perceiving and accepting my own existence. Beyond that, it was recognizing the dark nothingness around me and the forces it contained. I had to exist. But how did I know nothingness was right? And how did I know its darkness was right? And how did I know the waves of force were waves and force? And how did I know matter was matter, and that I was none of these? Symbols, I reasoned. I'm thinking in symbols. I could not reason without symbols. Therefore, I could not exist as I am without symbols to think with. Yet, whose symbols were they? Where and how did I come by them? I could think back clearly to the instant of my creation, yet I had not invented the symbols in the interim of my existence, nor had they been given to me. What then? They were part of me when I came alive in this universe, had been invented some other time and elsewhere by someone else, or by what I was before I became the entity of reason I now was. Then that first flash of perception in nothingness was not spontaneous. There was something behind it. I was something before that moment, in another era of time, perhaps a creature of substance. But what? I concentrated. I remembered the symbol Mal. I was, or had been, an entity Mal. Were there others back there, somewhere? There must have been, must be yet. Was I the only Mal who metamorphosed into this state of rational entity? Surely not. Yet I could contact no other rationale around me as far away as I could probe. How far was that? How could I know? Was it far enough to reach the other Mals? Or were they scattered thinly throughout infinity around me like the flecks of mass? I was suddenly ill. The symbol malaise came to me as the proper description of my malady. I grew dizzy with my sickness. I wished to regurgitate, to cast off this cold, frightening sensation. Yet I was provided with no physical means of doing it. It filled me throughout all my thinking. It was I. I thought to exist. I thought depression, sickness. Therefore I was the malady, and it was a hell of malcontent beyond symbolical description. What was wrong with me? I was frightened. I was concerned for my existence here alone. What was it called? The idea shimmered there on the fringe of perception, then fairly leaped into my consciousness. Existing alone as pure reason was worse than no existence, was worse than dying or never having been at all. I need another Mal. To exist happily, I must have at least one other Mal to communicate with, to share my thoughts, to share my being. Is this a necessity, a condition peculiar to me as I am, as reason? Or is it a condition that came across the barrier with me from that other state? It must be the latter. An entity of pure reason, having come into existence as reason, would need nothing but himself. Why? Because he would be without emotion. I am emotional, I thought. I am entity of almost pure reason, but I have inherited emotion from my previous state. It is a disorder of thought, But it can be a pleasant disorder when the emotion is the right one, or, if unpleasant, when satisfied. But I could not have emotions as I am now. They are cortical responses, or are supposed to be. What is cortical? No, they are a sort of illogical reasoning, nothing physical. The rest eluded me. I am lonely, I thought. Loneliness stems from fear, and fear is a basic emotion. I am very lonely. I have been lonely for a long time, bringing it with me here. I would rather sate my loneliness than live to eternity, than know all there is to know. What can quell my loneliness? Another like me? Another Marl, whatever a Marl is? I must find another Marl. I began to search. I darted frantically about space like a frightened thing, though I could perceive no movement. I knew I passed from one area of space to another, because I could measure slight changes in the position of the stars about me. I knew the points of lights were stars. There was duration. I could not know how much. Eternity? A split second? But at last I discovered another like me. No, almost like me, but another Marl. The other entity had less of reason, more emotion. It was frightened and lonely. The Marl's whole existence was that of sickness, of loneliness, which is fear. The Marl was darting about madly, seeking a thing like itself. What was it, like me, but different? As I came in, I measured our similarity and differences. Rationally, we were identical, or almost so. Emotionally, we were different, vastly different. Marls appear to exist as rationale and emotion, I reasoned. Beyond that I cannot go. The other Marl perceived me, darted frantically toward me, then slowed. We came together, touched like two cautious fish meeting in a dark pool and touching mouths to substantiate identical species. The other Marl was satisfied with my identity. It leaped frantically at me, raced around me, through me, finally stopped, pervading me, while vibrating in sheer relief and happiness. I felt the great fear-loneliness in the other Marl begin to recede, and in its place came an almost overpowering euphoria. It was contentment, and it stemmed from the basic emotion, love. I knew this at once. I suddenly realized that I too was relieved, that I was no longer sick with fear-loneliness. It was good, this existing of the other within me, or simultaneously with me, or was it I within the other? It sated our fear emotion, and created a love euphoria. "I am happy I found you," I communicated. "I was lonely for another Marl." "You are a Marl?" The other hesitated, thinking. "No, I am Pat. I am different from you, but it is chiefly emotional. It is good." "You are a Pat," I returned in disappointment. I had hoped to find another Marl. "Don't be disappointed," the Pat soothed. "We are alike, really. Almost so. Like flame and gas are both substance, yet different. We are two types of the same thing. I am no longer frightened. I am no longer lonely. You are good for me." I was relieved, because I wanted to be. I believed the other Marl, no, the Pat, because I wanted to believe. I did not bother to rationalize. I felt elation. Then, in that other time, That other place we both belong to, a common group with another name? I suggested. I believe so, the Pat answered. How was it when you came awake? I asked. Can you remember? I think so. I recall I was born here in fright because it was all wrong. I was not in my natural state, so it was not right. The Pat paused to think. I remember there was great speed, and I was born in fright. Were you? No, I answered. I was not frightened at first, and I was never frightened to the degree you were. I was mostly lonely, which is related to fear, but when I first conceived my existence here, I was coolly logical. I awakened reasoning, realizing that I existed. I suppose it has to do with our emotional differences, the Pat beside me, or with me, or within me, communicated. Do you recall where in space you came from? I asked. I must have been doubting my existence at first so intensely I did not observe. You seem to have taken your own being for granted, thus you were, perhaps, more observant. I think so, the Pat hesitated, and I knew it was observing the stars around us. Yes, come with me. I think I know where. I stayed with the Pat, a part of it, and we lurched through space. Rather, we ceased to exist at one point in space and existed in another. How far? Distances meant nothing. It was here, the Pat informed me finally. Something was wrong here. The interweaving waves of force were all wrong. There was a disorder, a great cancer in space. The waves interfered with the progress of each other all along a great barrier. It was not natural, not like it was elsewhere. Something is wrong with the waves of force crossing this area. They interfere with each other. New forces are created. Do you detect it? I communicated. I feel it, the Pat answered. It is a sickness in space, like our loneliness. I knew the comparison was ridiculous, but I let it pass. You said you came alive at great speed. I could have been travelling too. We must have plunged into this barrier. It seemed to me that emotions must originate in a physical being. Perhaps reason could be free, but not emotion. I don't know, but I have a theory. I believe our physical selves still exist somewhere in space. The barrier, perhaps, interfered with the normal functioning of our mental equipment. We exist at one point in space, and we are thinking, experiencing emotions at another point. It's as if our minds are broadcasting our thoughts and emotions far away from our physical selves. Either that, or our rationales were torn free and only our emotions are broadcast. Does that sound logical? Yes, the Pat agreed. I believe that is the answer. I felt that the Pat was pleased with my theory, that it greatly admired my reasoning. I also perceived that it had no idea what I meant by the explanation. I did not mind. You said you were moving at great speed, I continued. Can you remember the line, the direction you were travelling in? The Pat hesitated only a moment. Yes. You perceive the star cluster there, the triangular one? My heading was in that direction, but it was changing fast. Then we could find nothing by travelling toward the triangular cluster? No. I was moving in an arc in the direction of the distorted square cluster there. Do you see it? Yes, I answered, knowing her use of the word see was unconscious. That is Cetus. Cetus? The Pat was startled. How do you know that? I don't know. The name came to me. It seemed right to call it that. It's all so frightening. I had no time for pampering or emotions, though I was at great peace with the Pat so near me. Time might prove vital. Neither would it do any good to travel in the direction of Cetus, I said. No, the Pat communicated. If there is any object of matter or force I was a part of in that other existence travelling through space, it is in an arc. The best we can do is take an arbitrary direction between the triangular cluster and the one called Cetus, and hope to intercept the object, the other part of me, whatever it is. Come with me, I ordered. I discovered the object of mass hurtling through space before the Pat did. It was symmetrical and metallic. I tore myself away from my companion and darted to meet it. I discovered it was a shell, a hollow thing, and I passed inside. There was a room there. There were projections and circles of transparent matter. I experienced the symbol, dials. There were 2 other creatures seated close to the dials, things of matter, and their substance was protoplasm. But there was no rationale present in either of them. I examined the living matter of the smaller one swiftly. Organs seemed poised in a suspended state. The creature I observed, housed in a protective shell, seemed paralyzed or dead. I remembered the word dead. Then the Pat was with me again. I feel something, Marl. I am frightened. What are they, those things there? They seem to be... I stopped communicating. The Pat had disappeared. The thing of protoplasm nearest to me was moving, but I was no longer interested. I remember the Pat had touched the upper extremity of the creature and had vanished, had ceased to be. The old sickness was back. I was lonely. I wanted the other entity. I did not wish to exist without the Pat. I darted frantically about the metal shell, here and there, searching. Where was the Pat? I screamed for it. I thought, Pat, as far away as I could reach, but there was no reaction, no response at all. In my frenzy, I was back beside the creatures of protoplasm before I realized it, near the one I had not yet examined. Perhaps they took her, I thought. It was not logical, but it was a hope. Hope is emotional. I was becoming more emotional than rational. I touched the larger of the 2 creatures experimentally, moved cautiously inside it, searching. Suddenly I was seized by a great force, an inexorable power that grasped me and wrenched me, tearing me from the point in space I had occupied a moment before. My perception blurred, but I was not frightened. Without the Pat, I did not care what happened. I was intensely curious. So this is how it is, I reasoned in a flash, to cease to be. And I ceased to be. Marlowe shook his head. I must have dozed, he thought. He glanced at the chronometer on the console ahead. No, only a minute or 2 had elapsed since the last time he had checked. Sleepyhead, wake up and live. He looked to his right. Pat sat in the navigator's seat, smiling at him. I didn't sleep, honestly, he protested. We hit some sort of barrier back there. It knocked me out for a moment. I had the damnedest impression. Remember what you promised. She swiveled the seat about to face him. No more scientific lectures on the mysteries of space, or I'll return to Earth. You know my poor brain can't absorb it. You win, he grinned, running calloused fingers through his greying crew cut. He leaned forward and kissed her briefly. How did an old space hermit like me ever win a flower garden bride in the first place? They laughed together, and he felt secure within the metallic shell surrounding them, no longer alone.
The end. Subscribe for more at storiesoffuturespast.substack.com. And now for the next story.
Too Close to the Forest by Bryce Walton and Al Reynolds. Originally published in Fantastic Universe, July 1954. Narrated by Tom Trussel. I won't forget that evening of the big experiment. If the truth is ever known about that evening, maybe the world will never forget it either. I got there first and went into the hall they'd let Dr. Marston have for the evening on the Revere University campus. Dr. Marston was sitting there alone behind a table with a few papers in front of him. A single lamp burned that spotlighted his face like some old classic sculpture in a gallery. That's the way I remember him. Small, with delicate yet lined features, and his hair still dark, and his eyes bright and even darker from peering beyond the frontiers of the human mind. I never saw him again after that night, not in any way I want to remember. He offered his hand. It was hot and damp and shaking a little. Tension had drawn his mouth tight, even when he managed to smile at me and indicate a chair. I sat down. "I'm so glad you're here, Max," he said. "It is right that you share in this triumph." I could feel the tension behind his words. It was the climax of his life. He would either vindicate himself or go disgraced into oblivion. He didn't have to explain any of this to me. I guess I was closer to Dr. Marston than anyone had ever been, except his wife, of course. She had died 10 years before. From that time on, he lived for his work in experimental psychology. Until finally, much to everyone's shock and disbelief, he turned to parapsychology, and I worked with him against the heart-breakingly rigid demands of the scientific method. I was only a graduate student working for my doctor's degree at the time. A term paper I'd done had impressed Marston, and he had gotten me a scholarship. During the 4 years after that, I was his assistant and confidant. That is, I was until he got completely wrapped up in parapsychology, extrasensory perception. At that point, he abruptly dismissed me. I knew why. I argued about it, but he was adamant. He knew what experiments in a field tinged with mysticism and the supernatural might do to my scientific professional career, as it finally did to his. He didn't want to involve me. He was ostracized, dismissed from the university as a faculty member. The scientific world depends on its open mind within the bounds of its own techniques. But the unknown worlds of the human mind are sometimes very hard to fit into the rigid scientific disciplines and methodologies. Rhine's experiments satisfies those who want desperately, many of them for highly personal reasons and needs, to believe in extrasensory perception. It doesn't satisfy the scientific mind. Its scientific validity, based on averages greater than those of chance, are not adequate for the scientific method. Too many variables. But Marston had told me he had gone much further than Rhine or his disciples. And now he'd asked me to be here for the culmination of his 10 years of work. "My theories will now be proven," he'd written me. "I want you to see the proof I shall offer on the opening of new worlds of the human mind." He'd published books on the subject, but the world of science labelled them pseudoscience, stuff for the psychic research societies and those who take photographs of ectoplasm. I believed in Marsden, to an extent, but at the same time I doubted that he could prove his contentions. I knew he was staking everything on his faith in himself tonight. The biggest men in science, men who had respected Marsden as a scientific mind until he went off the deep end, they thought, were going to appear, allow him to use them in his experiment to prove his theories. They were big men in heart as well as reputation. But Marsden had done some remarkable work in experimental psychology in the past, and I guess no one, outside of myself, wanted to see him regain his professional respect and reputation as much as did those men. Divaka, Professor of English Literature; H. Morrison, Professor of Biology; M. Borinsky, Professor of History and Specialist in the History of Russia; Billingsley, Professor of Theosophy; Marian Adler, Psychology Professor who happened to have the same surname as Freud's disciple, and there were others. They had all agreed to Marsden's request to be a part of his final experiment to prove the existence of mental telepathy. "I'll prove mental telepathy tonight, so they'll have to believe it," Marsden said softly. "And think what that will mean. New fields of research will open the gates to human freedom and escape from man's sad mental limitations. It will bring official, legalized scientific research into the mind that will end the ills of mankind." He leaned forward and gripped my wrist. His forehead was wet. His voice was hoarse. "It'll work tonight, Max." "And if it doesn't?" I asked. He sat back, shook his head. "It will," he said. "I know, because I've proven it to myself. But if it doesn't," he shrugged, "I'm through. It will be the end of the road for me." The way he said it, more than the words, frightened me. I knew how intense he was, how much his work meant to him, and when he spoke like that, I feared that Marsden had become emotionally unbalanced. "That's ridiculous," I said. "You can go ahead with your work, regardless. Some of the greatest scientific advances have been made against the popular grain. In fact, most scientific work. Remember Galileo, Newton." He shrugged. "Matter of temperament. I know my own limitations, my weaknesses. But I know this experiment tonight will work. Listen, Max, I don't care about publicity. I've invited no reporters. I want only these scientists to know, that's all. They're the ones who have to be convinced. To give the field of parapsychology respectability so that the vast resources and brains of science can be turned loose on it. That's all I want." He looked at me intense, earnest. "Max," he whispered, "the rumours that are circulating about me. I've heard about them. They think I'm unbalanced mentally. You've heard that." I was embarrassed. I had heard. Everyone had. I said, "You're respected as an honest and scholarly man, a genius in the field of psychology. These men, if they speculate at all along that line, think you've deluded yourself by the will to believe in your own experiments. Wishful thinking, some call it. I don't believe anyone thinks your capabilities in normal psychological work have diminished. If anything, they're probably stronger." He managed a thin laugh. "Well," he said, "tonight will prove something, anyway." I remember the greetings when the other scientists arrived, the slightly embarrassed attempts at conviviality. Within half an hour, all of the 9 men arrived and were seated before Marsden's table. All his former co-professors at the university where Marsden no longer taught. I could see that Marsden was obsessed almost as much with proving that these men's lack of faith in him was wrong as he was in proving his own theories right. I felt apprehensive as Marston started to talk, but as his self-confidence, his obvious faith in himself began to show, I felt better. His enthusiasm and confidence was so contagious that it even affected the 9 scientists so that they too became more interested than embarrassed. "Gentlemen," Marston was saying, "you know from my letters why you have been asked here. Needless to say, I am grateful beyond words that you came to be shown proof of what you refused so far to believe, and with good cause. Tonight I shall demonstrate scientifically the existence of mental telepathy. I shall prove to all of you in an interrelated and undeniable way, so that there will be no doubt concerning my facts. No doubt whatsoever." No one else said anything. Feet shuffled, and there was a cough or two. All of them knew what this would mean if Marston could prove his theories, what it would mean to him if he failed. Marston went on, "If I show that you can read my mind, that should prove my theories to your satisfaction. I shall do this without any hypnotic suggestion. I have not told anyone of the techniques which I have worked out over a period of years, not even Max Reinach here. This will be my first group demonstration of my theories. Until I was ready to give conclusive scientific proof, I did not confide fully to anyone, even to Max, my closest associate." He had told me a little, that is true. So little, in fact, that I knew not much more about his theories than the rest of the scientists gathered here tonight. "And so, gentlemen, I shall get the experiment over with as quickly as possible. There are 2 rooms, as you see, one at each end of the hall. I shall go into one room and lock the door. It is impossible for me to see or hear anything that goes on outside that room. Before the experiment starts, I shall ask you to examine that room yourselves in any way you like." Divaka and Dr. Morrison went into the room, examined it thoroughly. Then one of them stayed inside while the other came out, closed the door, tested for sound. Finally, Morrison said, "We agree. It is a sound-proof room. It is bare inside. There is no opening other than this door." "Thank you," Marston said. "Max, will you hand each of these gentlemen one of these cards and a pencil?" I took the cards and pencils from his table and handed them out. "Now," Marston said, "one by one, you will go, in any sequence you desire, into that other room and lock the door. I will be locked in this room that you checked. A bell in the room that you are in will ring. That will be the signal for you to leave the room and for someone else to go in. During the time each of you is in that room, please keep your minds open, receptive for a thought impression you will receive from me. That is all there is to the experiment. Excepting this." He lifted a sealed envelope from the table. "This contains proof which will verify the success of this experiment. I leave it here. You will, as a committee, lock it in the safe upstairs in the business office. Take it from the safe only after the experiment is over." So the experiment started. I sat over by the wall, watching their faces. I observed the way each man, in his own highly personalized way, got up and played his part in an experiment which he believed to be ridiculous. I remember how each of them looked and acted as they, one by one, went into that room, locked the door, and came out later when the bell rang. I studied closely their faces as each came out. They went in embarrassed silence back to their chairs and sat down, each holding a card upon which they had written the thought supposedly received from Marston. I felt the terrific tension. The room seemed hot and stifling as Marston came out of his room finally and went over to the table. His face was pale and moist. His hair was wet and stringy around his ears and over his forehead. The ticking of the clock suddenly sounded louder and louder. The breathing of the 9 men seated there got louder. I could hear my own heart going like a turbine in my chest. Now we waited for Marston to speak. He glanced at me, motioned to me. I got up and went over to the table. His eyes were dark and bright. "Collect the cards, will you please, Max, and give them to me?" I did that. I didn't want to give them to him. I had a crazy idea of running out there with the cards. Then it would be my fault that Marston had failed. I didn't believe in Marston then. I wanted to. I'd worked with him, knew his greatness, his integrity and sincerity. I knew he might be emotionally unstable. I wanted to believe, but I wasn't convinced at all. Man is ever credulous in the wrong place, at the wrong time, about the wrong things. We swallow the emotional screamings of demagogues, reject the quiet discoveries of great men who only do not know the techniques of salesmanship, of propaganda. But I put the cards on the table beside Marston. Then, as he picked them up, I began to feel differently. I don't know why. Perhaps his bravery, his courage and tenacity, his faith in his own beliefs overwhelmed me suddenly. I was with him then. Somehow, all at once, I knew he was right. Suddenly I had all the old confidence and trust in his genius that I had had years before when I'd worked with him so closely. The silence in the room then was paralyzing, a thick binding tension. The 9 professors stood up, as if sitting now was untenable. Professors of English literature, biology, astronomy, music, medicine, psychiatry, history, physical education, religion. They stood there waiting for Marston to check their written thoughts on the cards. Marston spread them out like a hand of bridge and looked at them. His muscles jerked once, as from a galvanic reflex, like a man suddenly touched with a high-tension wire. He cried out, as from deep and racking mental pain. The sound hit into the room's silence like metal into flesh. He dropped the cards abruptly, and they spilled over the table. He stared at the floor between the table and the 9 men facing him. His voice sounded far away, muffled. "Gentlemen, I've failed. I've failed miserably." He swayed. I ran around the table and caught him to stop his falling. His muscles quivered under my hands. He pushed me away. His eyes were hot and a little wild. Then he stood up straight, like an old soldier at bay. "I'm sorry you have had your valuable time imposed upon so inexcusably. No need now, I assure you, even to open the sealed envelope. I missed in every case except that of Professor Adler. My success with her I attribute entirely to chance." He took a step backward and whispered, "Good night, gentlemen. Good night, and goodbye." I called out, but he went on out the door. I ran after him into the hall, but he had ducked out a side door. I followed him across the darkening campus, but his car roared away before I could reach him. I did not have a car, so I could not follow. I didn't talk to the others. I went home, and I began to phone, trying to locate Marston. I called every few minutes, and I called the police and everyone who knew him. The police said they would put out a dragnet if he didn't show up within the next 24 hours. I had explained he was in great distress, that I was afraid of what he might do. I didn't sleep well that night. There was no word about Marston's whereabouts in the morning. I began to think that perhaps suicide was the only way out for him now. I doubted that he would be able to face the failure of that experiment he had planned for so long, and on which he had staked all of what remained of his reputation. I managed to get 3 of the 9 scientists to be with me when I went to the office at the university and opened the safe and took out that sealed envelope next morning. Divaka, a small nervous man with constant flighty gestures, Morrison, biology professor, a solemn bald little man, and Billingsley, who had a jaw like a prize-fighter and was big and gruff, but brilliant. They, too, were worried about Marston's disappearance, considering his state of mind. Now we all wanted to know what that envelope contained. Maybe its contents would assist us in helping Marston, if we found him. After examining the contents of the sealed envelope, we sat around the table, and no one said anything for what seemed a long time. Finally, Divaka said, "He failed all right, but it was a wonderful plan, and certainly we could no longer deny the existence of mental telepathy had this idea worked out as he planned it." Morrison said, "But we must find Marston before he kills himself. He should be institutionalized, now his mental imbalance treated." The others agreed. They began to discuss where to begin the search for Marston. I thought about what we had found in that sealed envelope. Marston had had a great idea, all right. Although the professors had selected their own order of going into the testing room, Professor Marston had arbitrarily numbered each of them from 1 to 9. Using the subjects which they taught instead of their names, he expected to prove mental telepathy. In the envelope he had left this list. 1. Thackeray, Professor of English Literature. 2. Evolution, Professor of Biology. 3. Lungs, Professor of Anatomy. 4. Elgar, Professor of Music. 5. Phenobarbital, Professor of Medicine. 6. Adler, Professor of Psychology. 7. Trotsky, Professor of Russian History. 8. Hockey, Professor in Physical Education. 9. Yuletide, Professor in Theology. Each participant was to have received a specific word or name which was directly connected with his field of teaching. The first letter of each word formed an acrostic reading down, which spelled out telepathy. The cards the professors had handed in were also there beside us on the table. I went through those cards again, slowly, while Divaka and Morrison and Billingsley debated as to the best way of locating Marston. I wanted to do more than just find Marston. I wanted to be able to help him when he was found. The cards the professors had handed in listed what they thought they had received from Marston via mental telepathy. This is what they had written. 1. Shakespeare, Professor of English Literature. 2. Darwin, Professor of Biology. 3. Kidney, Professor of Anatomy. 4. Debussy, Professor of Music. 5. Opiate, Professor of Medicine. 6. Adler, Professor of Psychology. 7. Stalin, Professor in Russian History. 8. Golf, Professor in Physical Education. 9. Christmas, Professor in Theosophy. Each professor had written something similar in meaning to what Marston had tried, through mental telepathy, to put into their minds, except in the case of the professor of psychology. And in that one case there was a direct hit, as Marston had said. Oddly enough, Marion Adler had the same surname as the great psychoanalyst Alfred Adler, whom Marston had chosen for one of his projected thoughts. To me, the results did not seem the complete failure Marston thought them. But of course, Marston had wanted to hit it 100%. Nothing less would have satisfied a scientific mind like his in such an experiment. The acrostic, SDKDOASGX, formed by the words apparently received by the professors in that locked room, was merely a jumble of letters, spelling out nothing of any meaning. Finally, we parted to go our separate ways. I took the envelope and cards and went home. The others, with cars, would search for Marston. I'd forgotten my work, my thesis, everything. I wanted to figure out something, but I didn't even know what it was. I had a most unscientific idea. A hunch. All day I thought and sweated over that envelope's contents, the cards, the two acrostics, TELEPATHY and SDKDOASGX. I worked all that day and through the night, but I could make no connection between the two acrostics. Meanwhile, the search continued for Marston, but there was no sign of him or his car. I sweated it out, trying to convince myself that he wasn't already dead, that when he was found, I, meanwhile, would have found something in the remains of that experiment to give him new zest, new hope. But I didn't know the technique he had used. I kept thinking of that one successful hit in the case of Dr. Adler. Here, I thought desperately, might be the clue to his technique. I stayed up and worked at it another day and into another night. If I could only prove that the experiment hadn't failed completely, then that information could be broadcast, televised, and maybe Marston would see or hear, if he still lived, and then would want to keep on living. It was odd how positive I was that there was something there that would prove Marston right. Maybe we're all aware of much more than we think we are, and could have greater awareness if we could only raise a few mental curtains. I pounded my brains out on that Adler angle. She was the only woman in the group. Maybe that had meaning. I went through some of Marston's notes, but there weren't enough of them, and they weren't the basic ones. I skimmed through books on extrasensory perception, but I didn't get anywhere. And then the phone rang, and I answered it. It was Police Lieutenant Walters at the local precinct station. He had promised to let me know at once if they found any trace of Marston. "We found him," Walters said tersely. "He's on the ledge outside a window of the Loeb building at 5th and Pinehurst." I said, "My God!" Then, "Will you pick me up?" He said, "Yes. Maybe you can talk him out of it. You were close to him. We've sent the emergency squads over. Never know when they'll jump when they're like that. One move at the wrong time, and that makes them jump. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I felt sick with panic and hopelessness. Then, in that moment, out of nowhere, came the flash. The key! It shone there before me all at once, the answer I'd been looking for. I knew it had been there all along, and my mind had gone around it time and again. And suddenly it was there, conscious and clear. I arranged it all in my mind as we rode over to 5th and Pinehurst, the police lieutenant intent on driving speedily through the heavy traffic. If I could get to Marston in time, I could save him. I'd had the explanation all along. I'd read it in a scientific journal, in reports I'd skimmed through on ESP. Marston would understand, if I could get to him in time. He hadn't been wrong, and I could give him proof. A big crowd was gathered in the early dawn, standing silently in the street, staring upward at the small figure on the ledge. The wind was cold and steady, and in the early morning greyness I saw Marston, 30 stories up, hunched against the side of the building. He wasn't a man to exhibit himself for melodramatic recognition. Therefore, I knew he must be very far out of his normal mind. I am sure he went up there to jump immediately. But he had been there an hour now. Perhaps, I thought, he was trying to figure in a last desperate moment, where his experiment had failed, trying to find in the mysterious, senseless chaos of embryonic human thought a reason why he should not die. The police got me through the crowd, inside the building, and into an elevator. I ran down the hall of the 30th floor to the room where policemen were working with ropes and steel hooks. I heard one of them say, "We can't reach him. It's no use." I stuck my head out of the window, called Marston's name, but the wind tore the words away, sent them in the opposite direction. He didn't turn his head. I could barely make out his features, dead white and void of expression. "Don't jump, for God's sake!" I called over and over. "Professor, you were right. The experiment was a success. Listen to me. It was a success." I could see the uplifted faces down below. A blanket, a net they had stretched down there, both looking no bigger than a checker square. Marston didn't seem to hear me, but I kept yelling, trying to make him hear. I fought the wind and whatever barrier there was between Marston and myself. But he didn't turn, didn't seem to hear me, seemed unaware of me, of anything that went on around him. I shouted the explanation to him of what I'd suddenly realized. In these ESP tests, the receiving impressions are the symbols on the various cards in a deck. Basically, the tests and ESP experiments all come down to one thing. The participants try, without seeing the cards, to identify the symbols on each card in a deck as they draw them from the pack. In reviewing the results of these tests, it often happens that participants, extraordinarily gifted with what is called psychic ability, have long runs of picking exact cards, but these runs are sometimes on the cards before the one that is being turned, or on the one after the one being turned. In other words, if cards A, B, C, D, E, F, G had been turned, many times the participant will call B when C is turned, C when D is turned, E when F is turned, and so forth. There are various theories for the cause of this factor. It is a factor that comes up time and again. Marston knew that, but in that intense moment he must have overlooked it. It hadn't occurred to any of the others there either. We were all too close to the forest to see the trees. And I screamed at the professor against the wind and the morning. "SDK, DOA, SGX form an acrostic, but they're all one letter in the alphabet before the letters that spell out TELEPATHY. Except in the letter A for Adler. There could not be a letter before A in the alphabet, so there was no displacement factor on Adler's card. Marston, listen to me. Can you hear? Can't you understand? The displacement factor, Marston. The displacement factor." He never saw me, never heard me. Of that I am certain. Everything seemed too late for Marston. I saw him lean forward, drop off the ledge. My words followed him crazily down as he fell. "The displacement factor." Maybe before he struck the concrete down there, he realized that he had been right, that the experiment had not failed. I hope so. But I think, in view of his tragic death, that Professor Marston deserves this explanation, this proof that his work was not in vain, and because of what his hypothesis may mean to scientists of the future. It isn't conclusive enough for the strictly disciplined scientific method, but though others may think his experiment inconclusive, I know that Professor Marston proved the existence of mental telepathy. So I'm going to take up where Marston ended his experiment and his life, and I'm going to do it even though it may mean the end of my career in orthodox science. And maybe, if I keep working at it, and thinking about it long enough and steadily enough, Marston will receive my thought. Then, Wherever he is now, if he doesn't already know, maybe I'll be able to tell him that he didn't fail.
The end. Subscribe for more at storiesoffuturespast.substack.com. And now for the next story. Bright Islands by Frank Riley. Originally published in Worlds of If Science Fiction, June 1955. Narrated by Tom Trussel. When the two Geno doctors were gone, Miriam took the red capsule from under the base of the bed lamp and slipped it between her dry lips. Reason told her to swallow the capsule quickly, but instead she held it under her tongue, clinging, against her will, to the last few moments of life. She knew she was being weak, that she was still seeking hope where there was no hope, and she prayed to the ancient god of the ghetto that the gelatin coating would dissolve quickly. Pain interrupted the prayer, speeding like slow fire from deep within her young body, where the unwanted child of genetic center stirred so restlessly, so impatient to be born. The white walls of her center room blurred in and out of focus. Shadows merged together in brief, uncertain patterns. Lights flickered where there were no lights, and the darkness was so intense it had a glare of its own. At the worst of the pain cycle, Miriam bit down on her underlip until the flesh showed as white as her teeth. She fought off temptation to crunch the capsule and put an end to all pain, all fear. No, she would not go that way. She would go in a moment of blinding clarity, knowing why, savouring the last bitter-sweet second of her triumph. With a subconscious gesture of femininity, Miriam brushed the dark, damp hair from her forehead and wiped the perspiration from her lips. "Pretty little thing," one of the Geno service agents had called her when she was arrested last fall in the Warsaw suburb where she had taught nursery school since escaping from the ghetto. "Doesn't look a bit like one of her kind," another agent had said, putting his hand under her chin and turning her face to the glare of his flashlight. "No wonder she fooled the psycho and chemico squads. Lucky for us." "What's the matter, little one?" the first agent had spoken again. "Didn't you know we were coming? I thought all of you people were supposed to be telepaths. Well, doesn't it work when you're asleep?" He flipped the covers off her trembling body and whistled. "Hands off," the Geno sergeant had warned sharply. "She's for center." Now the capsule under her tongue was moist and soft. Time fled on swift, fluttering wings. Soon the horror would be done. But the stubborn spark still glowed, and Miriam allowed her mind to drift down the long, shining corridor to the room where the younger of the two Geno doctors was changing into a white coat. The older man, who wore the gold trefoil of Geno Sar on his collar, tilted back in his chair. "She should be just about due," he said cheerfully. "Yes, sir," replied the young doctor, sounding the proper note of deference for a man who communed daily with the political elite. "What do you think of her?" "Well, sir, frankly, I was surprised." The young doctor twisted muscular arms to button the back of his jacket. He had but recently come from the genetic sanitarium on the Black Sea, and his face was tanned deep brown. "From reading the weekly reports of your staff, I didn't know she was that young." Miriam trembled with a hope she dared not recognize, but it was crushed out of her by the Geno Sar's booming voice. "Not only one of the youngest, but one of the very best specimens we've had to work with at Center. You read her psi rating?" "Yes, sir. 72.4, wasn't it?" 72.6! Absolutely phenomenal! Closest thing to a pure telepath our agents have ever turned up for us. This could be a big night for Center, my boy. A big night." The young doctor shook his head to clear away the lingering image of a tragic, lovely face against a tear-stained pillow. Miriam was startled to find this image in his mind, and her pulse leapt again. In a carefully professional tone, the young doctor asked, "What was her rating after insemination? Did the emotional shock—" "Not at all. Oh, naturally she was uncooperative in the tests, but pentothal and our cross-references gave us a true picture." "And the spermatozoa?" "Best we could get. Refrigerated about 30 years ago from a specimen that tested 47.8. The Genosaur paused, and because a comment was obviously in order, the young doctor said, "This certainly could be a big night for Centre." The Genosaur snapped his cigarette lighter with an expansive flourish. "All the sciences have been taking a crack at psi, ever since the last Politburo directive gave it #1 priority. You should have heard the talk at Tsar Bureau meeting this afternoon. The math Tsar actually laughed at genetics, told us to stick to our white mice." The young doctor made a polite cluck of disapproval. "Those stupid mathematicians should learn something of heredity from their own ancients," the Genosaur continued, growing heated. "Think of Leibniz, gifted at 14. Galois, a genius before he was 21. The Genosaur recovered his temper and winked. "Of course, I didn't say that at the meeting. The bureau chief is very partial to math. But I did remind them, most pointedly, of the known data on inherited sensory differences between individuals, and you should have seen the squirming, especially when I got into the taste studies and the phenylthiocarbamide tests. Then, when I told of genetics research on sense of time, sense of direction, sensitivity to pain, sound, and smells, well, the chief was hanging on my every word. The psychosaur became desperate to the point of rashness, and he jibed at me about our ancient master, Profim Lysenko." The Genosaur's head inclined slightly as he pronounced the name. "But the chief himself gave the correct answer. He quoted from a bureau directive which stated clearly that sensory characteristics, like any others, could well have been acquired in the first place, and then passed on through heredity. Oh, I tell you, it was a heart-warming afternoon." The younger man had been paying him only half attention. "It's strange we should find some cases of psi among her people," he mused. "When I was at the university I always meant to study something about the—" He hesitated, and searched for the approved term. "The specimen races, but I never had time—" For an instant the Genosaur's steel-blue eyes narrowed, and Miriam was shocked to find him appraising the young man for possible heresy. She had always regarded the scientific mind as something remote, cold, but never as something that could commit a heresy. However, the Genosaur decided to table the subject. "Of course you didn't," he boomed. "You couldn't have made such a splendid record without total specialization. Each to his own, that's how science has prospered under the benevolence of our party." He glanced up at the clock. "Well, aren't we just about ready for this delivery?" Miriam drew back her mind. What a fool she was to go on seeking. The child resumed its inexorable turning within her swollen body, and she knew she could never give to the world a life conceived so terribly, so coldly, without love or passion or tenderness. Even in these final moments, with the gelatin melting under her tongue, Miriam shuddered with the remembered anguish of struggling up from the depths of anesthesia to find herself bearing the seed of a child from a faceless man who had died long ago. Often, during the carefully guarded months of pregnancy, she had wondered about that man, who he had been, how his talent had compared with hers. Miriam knew little about genetics or any other science. The scientific mind had always frightened her, and she had feared to explore it. But she knew there was no truth to the folklore that psi was a characteristic of her people. She knew of only a few cases outside her own family, although within her family it seemed to have been a characteristic that had recurred frequently for many generations. Her father had cautioned her about selecting a husband, and pleaded with her not to flee the ghetto. For the past 3 days, since the nurse had momentarily left the cabinet at the end of the corridor unlocked and unguarded, Miriam had known that she need not be concerned about the success or failure of this terrible experiment. From the nurse's mind she had plucked the essential facts about the potency of the red capsule. This knowledge, for all its loneliness, had been something to cherish, to press to her full breasts, as she would never hold that child of horror. Tears filled her eyes, squeezed in droplets between the closed lids. Tears because she was so alone. Tears of unbearable sadness and pity for her people, for her youth and her young body, for the warmth that would be eternally cold, for the unnatural child that squirmed and turned and would never cry. In a last forlorn gesture, in a final seeking before the darkness closed, Miriam let her mind stray out of the white room, out of the marble magnificence of centre. She let her thoughts escape on the soft breeze of the early summer evening. How beautiful it was, even here in the city, amid the science buildings that formed bright islands of light around the minarets and vaulted domes of Government Square. Even these awesome buildings were lovely in the purple dusk. The windows were like scattered emeralds of light. How could there be so much beauty without compassion, so much knowledge without understanding, so much human genius without humanity? And what a battering of thoughts in the mild air around the centres of science! What a discordance! What a tumult of theories, each of them nurtured within its own walls by the zealous SARS. There were the departments of chemistry and physics. There was the glass-walled tower of astronomy. There was the Institute of Psychology with all its many bureaus, and the new electronics building, alabaster even in the dusk. They were all there, extending in stately splendour along the main avenues and along the park where the gossamer mist was rising. How intolerant were the thoughts they radiated! How sure! Electronics said, "Quite obviously, the answer to psi is in the electrical currents of the brain. Our newest electroencephalograph has demonstrated." Chemistry said, "Solution to psi inevitably will be found in the chemical balance of the cells." Parapsychology said, "We must continue to ignore those who insist upon attributing physical properties to a non-physical characteristic." And underneath this learned babble, Miriam heard the moth-like whispering of her own people, starving in the ghetto, or hidden throughout the city, disguised, furtive, tense. Her mind came close to Government Square, and she cringed as she had cringed all her young life. The somatics were unbearable. Hatred and fear, blind prejudice, jealousy, cunning, ceaseless intrigue and plotting, setting Tsar against Tsar, using the genius of each science, dividing and ruling. No, there was nothing left. No hope, no promise. This was the end of time. This was the night of the world. Withdrawing again, retreating into itself, Miriam's mind brushed the fragment of a thought. It was a half-formed thought, more a groping, more a question than an idea. It was delicate, fragile, a wraith and a wisp, but it came to her as clear as a note from a silver bell. Startled, she hesitated in a withdrawal, and perceived the young Geno-doctor in the corridor near her room. He had paused by the casement window, and was staring out at the twinkling islands of light around Government Square. And as his gaze wandered moodily from tech to psycho to chemico, to all the incandescent isolated centres of genius, the idle speculation had formed. Wouldn't it be an unusual view if all those bright islands were connected by strings of light? Once formed, the speculation had fanned the ember of a thought. Wonder if psi will build those strings of light? Then the young doctor turned almost guiltily from the window to meet the Genosar coming down the corridor, and he said with crisp efficiency, "I'll check out 12A for delivery." "Good boy. I'll go up and check the staff." The Genosar rubbed his hands together and walked off, repeating nervously, "Two psi characteristics must be the answer. Two psi." "Maybe they are," the young doctor murmured softly. "Maybe they are." Delivery, Miriam thought. The life within her throbbed and prodded. There was an ebbing of pain for a moment, and in that moment she saw with the blinding clarity she had sought that this child of hers might bring new hope to the world. That psi-ability might be the answer to many things for the race of mankind. What did it matter that it was conceived without love and emotion? What did it matter that she was being used as an experiment? If this child within her could fulfill the promise. Miriam spat the soft capsule between her quivering lips. She watched it roll and bounce across the polished tile floor toward the door. Pain returned, and its fire was warm. There were no shadows on the wall. Pain returned, and it had purpose and promise. Wonderingly, she beheld the concept that science, too, lived with fear, each science in its own ghetto. And if the young doctor was right, if psi... As the doctor stepped into the room, he bent over and picked up the red capsule. His thumb and forefinger felt the warmth, the moisture, and he looked long and thoughtfully into Miriam's dark, glowing eyes. His fingers shook as he wrapped the capsule in a piece of tissue and dropped it into the pocket of his white jacket. He picked up the chart from the foot of the bed. "Miriam?" His voice was not under complete control, and he began again with an effort at lightness. "Miriam, that's a strange name. What does it mean?" "It is an ancient spelling," she whispered, her eyes deep and dark, filled with pain and wonder. "You may find it easier to call me Mary."
The end. Subscribe for more at storiesoffuturespast.substack.com. And now for the next story. Now We Are Three by Joe L. Hensley. Originally published in Fantastic Universe, August 1957. Narrated by Tom Trussel. John Rush smoothed the covers over his wife, tucking them in where her restless moving had pulled them away from the mattress. The twins moved beside him, their smooth hands following his in a task, their blind eyes intent on nothingness. "Thank you," he said softly to them, knowing they could not hear him, but it made him feel better to talk. His wife, Mary, was quiet. Her breathing was smooth, easy, almost as if she were sleeping. The long sleep. He touched her forehead, but it was cool. The doctor had said it was a miracle she had lived this long. He stood away from the bed for a moment, watching, before he went on out to the porch. The twins moved back into what had become a normal position for them in the past months, one on each side of the bed, their thin hands holding Mary's tightly, the milky blind eyes surveying something that could not be seen by his eyes. Sometimes they would stand like this for hours. Outside, the evening was cool, the light not quite gone. He sat in the rocking chair and waited for the doctor who had promised to come, and yet might not come. The bitterness came back, the self-hate. He remembered a young man and promises made, but not kept. A girl who had believed and never lost faith even when he had retreated back to the land away from everything.
Long, sullen silences, self-pity, brooding over the news stories that got worse and worse. And the children, one born dead, two born deaf and dumb and blind. Worse than dead. You helped, he accused himself. You worked for those who set off the bombs and tested while the cycle went up and up beyond human tolerance. Not the death level, but the level where nothing was sure again. The level that made cancer a thing of epidemic proportions, replacing statistically all of the insane multitude of things that man could do to kill himself. Even the good things that the atom had brought were destroyed in the panic that ensued. No matter that you quit, you are still one of the guilty. You have seen it hidden in her eyes, and you have seen it in the milky eyes of the twins. Worse than dead. Dusk became night, and finally the doctor came. It had begun to lightning, and a few large drops of rain stroked Rush's cheek. Not a good year for the farming he had retreated to. Not a good year for anything. He stood to greet the doctor, and the other man with him. "Good evening, doctor," he said. "Mr. Rush," the doctor shook hands gingerly. "I hope you don't mind me bringing someone along. This is Mr. North. He is with the county juvenile office." The young doctor smiled. "How is the patient this evening?" "She is the same," John Rush said to the doctor. He turned to the other man, keeping his face emotionless, hands at his side. He had expected this for some time. "I think you will be wanting to look at the twins. They are by her bed." He opened the door and motioned them in, and then followed. He heard the juvenile man catch his breath a little. The twins were playing again. They had left their vigil at the bedside, and they were moving swiftly around the small living room, their hands and arms and legs moving in some synchronized game that had no meaning. Their movements quick and sure, their faces showing some intensity, some purpose. They moved with grace, avoiding obstructions. "I thought these children were blind," Mr. North said. John smiled a little. "It is unnerving. I have seen them play like this before, though they have not done so for a long time, since my wife has been ill." He lowered his head. "They are blind, deaf, and dumb." "How old are they?" 12. "They do not seem to be more than 8, 9 at the most." "They have been well fed," John said softly. "How about schooling, Mr. Rush? The teaching of handicapped children is not something that can be done by a person untrained in the field." "I have 3 degrees, Mr. North. When my wife became ill and I began to care for them, I taught them to read Braille. They picked it up very quickly, though they showed little continued interest in it. I read a number of books in the field of teaching handicapped children." He let it trail off. "Your degrees were in physics, were they not, Mr. Rush?" Now the touch of malice came. "That is correct." He sat down in one of the wooden chairs. "I quit working long before the witch hunts came. I was never indicted." "Nevertheless, your degrees are no longer bona fide. All such degrees have been stricken from the records." He looked down, and John saw that his eyes no longer hid the hate. "If your wife dies, I doubt that any court would allow you to keep custody of these children." A year before, even 6 months, and John would not have protested. Now he had to make the effort. "They are my children, such as they are, and I will fight any attempt to take them from me." The juvenile man smiled without humour. "My wife and I had a child last year, Mr. Rush. Or perhaps I should say that a child was born to us. I am glad that child was born dead. I think my wife is even glad. Perhaps we should try again. I understand that you and your kind have left us an even chance of a normal birth." He paused for a moment. "I shall file a petition with the Circuit Court asking that Juvenile Office be appointed guardians of your children, Mr. Rush. I hope you do not choose to resist that petition. Feeling would run pretty high against an ex-physicist who'd try to prove he deserved children." He turned away stiffly and went out the front door. In a little while Rush heard the car door slam decisively. The doctor was replacing things in his black bag. "I'm sorry, John. He said he was going to come out here anyway, so I invited him to come with me." John nodded. "My wife?" "There is no change." "And no chance?" "There never has been one. The brain tumor is too large and too inaccessible for treatment or surgery. It will be soon now. I am surprised that she has lasted this long. I am prolonging a sure process." He turned away. "That's all I can do." "Thank you for coming, Doctor. I appreciate that." Rush smiled bitterly, unable to stop himself. "But aren't you afraid that your other patients will find out?" The doctor stopped, his face paling slightly. "I took an oath when I graduated from medical school. Sometimes I want to break that oath, but I have not so far." He paused. "Try as I may, I cannot blame them for hating you. You know why." Rush wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. "Don't you realize that the government that punished the men I worked with for their criminal negligence is the same government that commissioned them to do that work? That officials were warned and re-warned of the things that small increases in radiation might do, and that such things might not show up immediately, and yet they ordered us ahead?" He stopped for a moment and put his head down, touching his work-roughened hands to his eyes. "They put us in prison for refusing to do a job, or investigated us until no one could or would trust us in civilian jobs. Then, when it was done, they put us in prison, or worse, because the very things we warned them of came true." "Perhaps that is true," the doctor said stiffly, "but the choice of refusing was still possible." "Some of us did refuse to work," Rush said softly. "I did, for one. Perhaps you think that we alone will bear the blame. You are wrong. Sooner or later the stigma will spread to all of the sciences, and to you, Doctor. Too many now that you can't save. In a little while the hate will surround you also. When we are gone, and they must find something new to hate, they will blame you for every malformed baby and every death. You think that one of you will find a cure for this thing? Perhaps you would if you had 100 years or 1,000 years, but you haven't. They killed a man on the street in New York the other day because he was wearing a white laboratory smock. What do you wear in your office, Doctor? Hate-blind eyes can't tell the difference. Physicist, chemist, doctor. We all look the same to a fool. Even if there were a cancer cure, that is only a part of the problem. There are the babies. Your science cannot cope with the cause. Only mine can do that." The doctor lowered his head and turned away toward the door. There was another thing left to say. "If the plumbing went bad in your home, Doctor, you would call a plumber, for he would be the one competent to fix it." Rush shook his head slowly. "But what happens when there are no plumbers left?" The children were by the bed, their hands holding those of the mother. Gently John Rush tugged those hands away and led them toward their own bed. The small hands were cold in his own, and he felt a tiny feeling of revulsion as they tightened. Then the feeling slipped away and was replaced, as if a current had crossed from their hands to his. It was a warm feeling, one that he had known before when they touched him, but for which he had never been able to find mental words to express the sensation. Slowly he helped them undress. When they were in the single bed, he covered them with the top sheet.
Their milky eyes surveyed him, unseeing, somehow withdrawn. "I have not known you well," he said. "I left that to her. I have sat and brooded and buried myself in the earth until it is too late for much else." He touched the small heads. "I wish you could hear me. I wish—" Outside on the road, a truck roared past. Instinctively he set to hear it. The faces below him did not change. He turned away quickly then, and went back out on the porch. He filled his pipe and sat down in the old creaky rocker. A tiny rain had begun to fall hesitantly, as if afraid of striking the sun-hardened ground. Somewhere out there, somewhere hunted but not found, the plumbers gathered. There had been a man. What was his name? Massa, that was it. He had been working on a way to inhibit radioactivity, speed up the half-life until they had taken the grant away. If a man can do whatever he thinks of, can he undo that which he has done? Massa was the theoreticist. I was the applier, the one who translated equations into cold blueprints, and I was good until they had hounded him back to the land when he quit. Others had not been so lucky. When a whole people panic, then an object for their hate must be found. A naming, an immediate object. He remembered the newspaper story that began, "They lynched 12 men, 12 ex-men, in New Mexico last night." Have I been wrong? Have I done the right thing? He remembered the tiny hands in his own, the blind eyes. Those hands! Why do they make me feel like— He let his head slide back against the padded top of the rocking chair and fell into a light, uneasy sleep. The dreams came as they had before. Tiny, inhumanly capable hands clutched at him, and the sun was hot above. There was a background sound of hydrogen bombs, heard mutely. He looked down at the hands that touched and asked something of his own. The eyes were not milky now. They stared up at him, alert and questioning. "What is it you want?" The wind tore holes in tiny voices, and there was the sound of laughter, and his wife's eyes were looking into his own, sorry only for him, at peace with the rest. And they formed a ring around him, those three, hands caught together, enclosing him. "What is it you are saying?" It seemed to him that the words would come clear, but the rain came then, great torrents of it, washing all away, all sight and sound. He awoke, and only the rain was true. The tiny rain had increased to a wind-driven downpour, and he was soaked where it had blown under the eaves onto the porch. From inside the house he heard a cry. She was sitting upright in bed. Her eyes were open and full of pain. He went quickly to her and touched her pulse. It was faint and reedy. "I hurt," she whispered. Quickly, as the doctor had taught him, he made up a shot of morphine, a full quarter grain, and gave it to her. Her eyes glazed down, but did not close. "John," she said softly, "the children, they talk to—" She twisted on the bed and held her with strong arms until the eyes closed again and her breathing became easy. He pushed the ruffled hair back from her eyes and straightened the awry sheets. The vibration of his walking might have wakened the twins. He tiptoed to their bed, for they refused to be parted even in sleep. For a second he thought that the small nightlight had tricked him by shadows on shadows. He reached down to touch. They were gone. He fought down sudden panic. Where can two children, deaf and dumb and blind, go in the middle of the night? Not far. He opened the door to the kitchen, hand-hunted for the hanging light. They were not there, nor were they on the small back porch. The panic past critical mass exploded out of control. He lurched back into the combination living room, bedroom. He looked under all of the beds and into the small closet, everywhere that two children might conceal themselves. Outside, the rain had increased. He peered out into the lightning night. A truck horn blew ominously far down the road. The road? He slogged through the mud, instantly soaking as soon as he was out of shelter, not knowing or caring. Through the front yard, out to the road. He could see the lights of the truck coming from far away, two tiny points in the darkness, but no twins. He waited helplessly while the truck rushed past, its headlights cutting holes in the darkness, fearing those lights would outline something that he had not seen. But there was nothing. For another eternity he hunted the muddy fields, the small barn and outbuildings. The clutch of fear made him shout their names, though he knew they could not hear. And then, suddenly, all fear was gone, like a summer squall near the sea, with the sun close behind. It was as if their hands had reached out and touched him and brought the strange feeling again. "They are in the house," he said aloud, and knew he was right. He took time to discard muddy shoes on the porch before he opened the door. And they were there, by the mother's bed, hands clasped over hers. He felt a tiny chill. Their eyes were watching the door as he opened it, their faces set to receive some stimuli, already set, as if they had known he was coming. Mary was breathing softly. On her face all trace of pain had disappeared, and now there was the tiny smile that had been hers long ago. Her breathing was even, but light as forgotten conversation. Gently he tried to pry their resisting hands away from hers. The hands fought back with a terrible strength beyond normality. By sheer greater force he tore one of the twins away. It was like releasing a bomb. Sudden pain stabbed through his body. The twin struggled in his arms, the small hands reaching blindly out for the thing they had lost. And Mary's eyes opened, and all of the uncontrolled pain came back into those eyes. Her body writhed on the bed, tearing the coverings away. The twin squirmed away from his slackening hold, and once again caught at the hands of the mother. All struggle ceased. Mary's eyes shut again. The pain lines smoothed themselves. The tiny smile flowered. He reached out and touched the small hands on each side of the mother, and the feeling for which there were no words came through more strongly than ever before. Tiny voices tried to whisper within the corners of his mind, partially blotted, sometimes heard. The real things, the things of hate and fear and despair, retreated beyond the bugle call that sounded somewhere. "She will die," the voice said, one voice for two. "This part of her will die." And then her voice came, as it had been once, before when all of the world was young. "You must not be afraid, John. I have known for a long time, for they were a part of me, and you could not know, for your mind was hiding and alone. I have seen." He cried out and pulled his hands away. Sound died. The room was normal again. The milky white eyes surveyed him. The hands remained locked securely over those of the mother. The thin carven features of the children were emotionless, waiting. He strove for rational meaning within his brain. "These are my sons. They cannot see or hear or speak. They're identical twins, born with those defects. Take two children, blind them, make them deaf to all sound, cut away their voices. They are identical twins, facing the same environment, sharing the same heredity of blasted chromosomes. They will have intelligence and curiosity that increases as they mature. They will not be blinded by the senses, the easy way. The first thing they will discover is each other. What else might they then discover? It has been said that when sight is lost, the sense of touch and hearing increase to almost unbelievable acuteness. Rush knew that. The blind often also develop a sense almost like radar, which allows them to perceive an object ahead of them and gives them the ability to follow twisting paths. Take one child and put him under the disability that the twins were born with. As intelligence grows, so does single bewilderment. The world is a puzzling and bewildering place. Braille is a great discovery, a way to communicate with the unknown that lies beyond. But the twins had shown almost no interest in Braille. He reached back down for the tiny hands. "Yes, we can communicate," the single voice that spoke for two said. "We have tried with you before, but we could not break through. Your mind speaks in a language we do not understand, in figures and equations that are not real to us. Those things lie all through your mind. On the surface we have sensed only your pity for us and your hate for the shadowy ones around you, the ones we do not know. It was a wall we could not climb. She is different." "A part of her will go with us," the voice said. "There is another place that touches this one which we perceive and know more fully than this one." The voice died away, and brief pictures of a land of other dimensions beyond sight flashed in his brain. He had seen them before, imperfectly, in the disquieting dreams. "She must go with us, for she can no longer exist here," the voice said softly. "Perhaps there are others like us to come. We do not yet know what we are, or whether there will be others like us. But we must go now, before we were ready, because of her." The mother's voice came. "You must go too. There is nothing here for you but sorrow. They will take you, John." A softness touched at him. "Please, John." The longing was a thing of fire. To cast off the world that had already given him all of the hate and fear that he could stand, that had made him worse than a coward. To go with her. But she no longer needed him. She was complete, as they were, only necessary to themselves. He could not go. During the long night he kept the vigil by the bedside, long after any need to keep it. The twins were gone, and she with them. He could not cry, for all tears seemed useless. He said a small prayer, something he had not done in years, over the cold thing left behind. The rain had ceased outside. Somewhere out there in his world there were men trying to undo the harm that had been done, harm that he had helped to do, then retreated from. He had no right to retreat further. Something spoke a requiem sentence in his consciousness, light as late sunset, only vaguely there. "We are here. We will wait for you. Come to us. Come." He wrote a short note for the doctor and the others who would come and hunt and go through the motions that men must live by. Perhaps the doctor might even understand. "I have gone plumbing," the note said. The end. Subscribe for more at storiesoffuturespast.substack.com. And now for the next story. Accidental Flight by F. L. Wallace. Originally published in Galaxy, April 1952. Narrated by Tom Trussel. Cameron frowned intently at the top of the desk. It was difficult to concentrate under the circumstances. "Your request was turned over to the Medi-Council," he said. "After studying it, they reported back to the Solar Committee." Docky edged forward, his face literally lighting up. Dr. Cameron kept his eyes averted. The man was damnably disconcerting. "You know what the answer is. A flat no for the present." Docky leaned back. "We should have expected that," he said wearily. "It's not entirely hopeless. Decisions like this can always be changed." "Sure," said Docky. "We've got centuries." His face was flushed. Blazing would be a better description. Absently, Cameron lowered the lights in the room as much as he could. It was still uncomfortably bright. Docky was a nuisance. "But why?" asked Docky. "You know that we're capable. Why did they refuse?" Cameron had tried to avoid that question. Now it had to be answered with blunt brutality. "Did you think you would be chosen? Or Nona, or Jordan, or Auntie?" Docky winced. "Maybe not. But we've told you that we're willing to abide by what the experts say. Surely from 1,000 of us they can select one qualified crew." "Perhaps so," said Cameron. He switched on the lights and resumed staring at the top of the desk. "Most of you are biocompensators. 90%, I believe. I concede that we ought to be able to get together a competent crew." He sighed. "But you're wasting your time discussing this with me. I'm not responsible for the decision. I can't do anything about it." Docky stood up. His face was colourless and bright. Dr. Cameron looked at him directly for the first time. "I suggest you calm down. Be patient and wait. You may get your chance." "You wait," said Docky. "We don't intend to." The door opened for him and closed behind him. Cameron concentrated on the desk. Actually, he was trying to look through it. He wrote down the card sequence he expected to find. He opened a drawer and gazed at the contents, then grimaced in disappointment. No matter how many times he tried, he never got better than strictly average results. Maybe there was something to telepathy, but he hadn't found it yet. He dismissed it from his mind. It was a private game, a method of avoiding involvement while Docky was present. But Docky was gone now, and he had better come up with some answers. The right ones. He switched on the telecom. "Get me Medi-Councillor Thornton," he told the robot operator. "Direct if you can, indirect if you have to. I'll wait." With an approximate mean diameter of 30 miles, the asteroid was listed on the charts as Handicap Haven. The regular inhabitants were willing to admit the handicap part of the name, but they didn't call it Haven. There were other terms, none of them suggesting sanctuary. It was a hospital, of course, but even more like a convalescent home, the permanent kind. A healthy and vigorous humanity had built it for those few who were less fortunate. A splendid gesture, but, like many such gestures, the reality fell somewhat short of the original intentions. The robot operator interrupted his thoughts. "Medi-Councillor Thornton will speak to you." The face of an older man filled the screen. "On my way to the satellites of Jupiter. I'll be in direct range for the next half hour." At such distance, transmission and reception were practically instantaneous. "You wanted to speak to me about the Solar Committee reply?" "I do. I informed Docky a few minutes ago." "How did he react?" "He didn't like it. As a matter of fact, he was mad all the way through." "That speaks well for his mental resiliency." "They all seem to have enough spirit, though, and nothing to use it on," said Dr. Cameron. "I confess I didn't look at him often, in spite of the fact that he was quite presentable, handsome even, in a startling way." Thornton nodded. "Presentable? That means he had arms." "He did. Is that important?" "I think it is. He expected a favourable reply and wanted to look his best, as nearly normal as possible." "Trouble?" "I don't see how," said the Medi-Counselor uncertainly. "In any event, not immediately. It will take them some time to get over the shock or refusal. They can't do anything, really. Individually, they're helpless. Collectively, there aren't parts for 12 sound bodies on the asteroid." "I've looked over the records," said Dr. Cameron. "Not one accidental has ever liked being on Handicap Haven, and that covers quite a few years. But there has never been so much open discontent as there is now." "Someone is organizing them. Find out who and keep a close watch." "I know who. Docky, Nona, Auntie, and Jordan. But it doesn't do any good merely to watch them. I want your permission to break up that combination. Humanely, of course." "How do you propose to do it?" "Docky, for instance. With prosthetic arms he appears physically normal, except for that uncanny luminescence. That is repulsive to the average person. Medically, there's nothing we can do about it, but psychologically we might be able to make it into an asset. You're aware that Gland Opera is the most popular program in the solar system? Telepaths, teleports, pyrotics, and so forth are the heroes. All fake, of course, makeup and trick camera shots. But Docky can be made into a real live star. The Death Ray Man, say. When his face shines, men fall dead or paralyzed. He'd have a chance to return to normal society under conditions that would be mentally acceptable to him." "Acceptable to him, perhaps, but not to society," reflected the Medi-Counselor. "An ingenious idea, one which does credit to your humanitarian outlook. Only it won't work. You have Docky's medical record, but you probably don't know his complete history. He was an electrochemical engineer, specializing in cold lighting. He seemed on his way to a brilliant career when a particularly messy accident occurred. The details aren't important. He was badly mangled and tossed into a tank of cold lighting fluid by automatic machinery. It was some time before he was discovered. There was a spark of life left, and we managed to save him. We had to amputate his arms and ribs practically to his spinal column. The problem of regeneration wasn't as easy as it usually is. We were able to build up a new rib case. That's as much as we could do. Under such conditions, prosthetic arms are merely ornaments. They can be fastened to him, and they look all right, but he can't use them. He has no back or shoulder muscles to anchor them to. And add to that the adaptation his body made while he was in the tank. The basic cold lighting fluid, as you know, is semi-organic. It permeated every tissue in his body. By the time we got him, it was actually a necessary part of his metabolism. A corollary, I suppose, of the fundamental biocompensation theory." The Medi-Counselor paused and shook his head. "I'm afraid your idea is out, Dr. Cameron. I don't doubt that he would be successful in the program you mention, but there is more to life on the outside than success. Can you picture the dead silence when he walks into a room of normal people?" "I see," said Cameron, though he didn't, at least not eye to eye. The Medi-Counselor was convinced, and there was nothing Cameron could do to alter that conviction. "The other one I had in mind was Nona," he added. "I thought so." Thornton glanced at the solar chronometer. "I haven't much time, but I'd better explain. You're new to the post, and I don't think you've learned yet to evaluate the patients and their problems properly. In a sense, Nona is more impossible than Docky. He was once a normal person. She never was. Her appearance is satisfactory. Perhaps she's quite pretty, though you must remember that you're seeing her under circumstances that may make her seem more attractive than she really is. She can't talk or hear. She never will. She doesn't have a larynx, and it wouldn't help if we gave her one. She simply doesn't have the nervous system necessary for speech or hearing. Her brain is definitely not structurally normal. As far as we're concerned, that abnormality is not in the nature of a mutation. It's more like an anomaly. Once cleft palates were frequent, prenatal nutritional deficiencies or traumas. Occasionally we still run into cases like that, but our surgical techniques are always adequate. Not with Nona, however. She can't be taught to read or write. We tried it. We dug out the old Helen Keller techniques and brought them up to date with no results. Apparently her mind doesn't work in a human fashion. We question whether very much of it works at all. "That might be a starting point," said Cameron, "if her brain—" "Gland opera stuff," interrupted Thornton. "Or Rhine opera, if you permit me to coin a term. We've thought of it, but it isn't true. We've tested her for every telepathic quality that the Rhine people list. Again, no results. She has no special mental capacities. Just to make sure of that, we've given her periodic checkups. One last year, in fact." Cameron frowned in frustration. "Then it's your opinion that she's not able to survive in a normal society?" "That's it," answered the Medi-Counselor bluntly. "You'll have to face the truth. You can't get rid of any of them." "With or without their cooperation, I'll manage," said Cameron. "I'm sure you will." The Medi-Counselor's manner didn't ooze confidence. "Of course, if you need help, we can send reinforcements." The implication was clear enough. "I'll keep them out of trouble," Cameron promised. The picture and the voice were fading. "It's up to you. If it turns out to be too difficult, get in touch with the Medi-Council." The robot operator broke in. "The ship is beyond direct telecom range. If you wish to continue the conversation, it will have to be relayed through the nearest main station. At present, that is Mars." Aside from the time element, which was considerable, it wasn't likely that he would get any better answers than he could supply for himself. Cameron shook his head. "We are through, thanks." He got heavily to his feet. That wasn't a psychological reaction at all. He really was heavier. He made a mental note. He would have to investigate. In a way, they were pathetic. The patchwork humans, the half or quarter men and women, the fractional organisms masquerading as people, an illusion which died hard for them. Medicine and surgery were partly to blame. Techniques were too good, or not good enough, depending on the viewpoint. Too good in that the most horribly injured person, if he were still alive, could be kept alive. Not good enough because a percentage of the injured couldn't be returned to society completely sound and whole. There weren't many like that, but there were some, and all of them were on the asteroid. They didn't like it. At least, they didn't like being confined to Handicap Haven. It wasn't that they wanted to go back to the society of the normals, for they realized how conspicuous they'd be among the multitudes of beautiful, healthy people on the planets. What the accidentals did want was ridiculous. They desired, they hoped, they petitioned to be the first to make the long, hard journey to Alpha and Proxima Centauri in rockets. Trails of glory for those that went, a vicarious share in it for those who couldn't. Nonsense. The broken people, those without a face they could call their own, those who wore their hearts not on their sleeves, but in a blood-pumping chamber, those either without limbs or organs or too many. The categories seemed endless. The accidentals were qualified, true. In fact, of all the billions of solar citizens, they alone could make the journey and return. But there were other factors that ruled them out. The first point was never safe to discuss with them, especially if the second had to be explained. It would take a sadistic nature that Cameron didn't possess. Docky sat beside the pool. It was pleasant enough, a pastoral scene transplanted from earth. A small tree stretched shade overhead. Waves lapped and made gurgling sounds against the sides. No plant life of any kind grew, and no fish swam in the liquid. It looked like water, but it wasn't. It was acid. In it floated something that monstrously resembled a woman. "They turned us down, Auntie," Docky said bitterly. "Didn't you expect it?" the creature in the pool asked. "I guess I didn't." "You don't know the Medi-Council very well." "Evidently I don't." He stared sullenly at the faintly blue fluid. "Why did they turn us down?" "Don't you know?" "All right, I know," he said. "They're pretty irrational." "Of course, irrational. Let them be that way, so long as we don't follow their example." "I wish I knew what to do," he said. "Cameron suggested we wait." "Biocompensation," murmured Auntie, stirring restlessly. "They've always said that. Up to now, it's always worked." "What else can we do?" asked Docky. Angrily he kicked at an anemic tuft of grass. "Draw up another request?" "Memorandum number 10. Let's not be naive about it. Things get lost so easily in the Medi-Council's filing system." "Or distorted," grunted Docky. "Maybe we should give the Medi-Council a rest. They're tired of hearing us anyway." "I see what you mean," said Docky, rising. "Better talk to Jordan about it." "I intend to. I'll need arms." "Good. I'll see you when you leave for Far Centauri." "Sooner than that, Auntie. Much sooner." Stars were beginning to wink. Twilight brought out shadows and tracery of the structure that supported the transparent dome overhead. Soon, controlled slow rotation would bring darkness to this side of the asteroid. Cameron leaned back and looked speculatively at the gravital engineer, Vogel. The man could give him considerable assistance, if he would. There was no reason why he shouldn't, but any man who had voluntarily remained on Handicap Haven as long as Vogel had was a doubtful quantity. "Usually we maintain about half Earth normal gravity," Cameron said. "Isn't that correct?" Engineer Vogel nodded. "It isn't important why those limits were set," Cameron continued. "Perhaps it's easier on the weakened bodies of the accidentals. There may be economic factors." "No reason for those limits except the gravital units themselves," Vogel said. "Theoretically, it should be easy to get any gravity you want. Practically, though, we get between 1/4 and almost full Earth gravity. Now take the fluctuations. The gravital computer is set as 50%. Sometimes we get 50%, and sometimes 75%. Whatever it just is, and we have to be satisfied." The big engineer shrugged. "I hear the units were designed especially for this asteroid," he went on. The big engineer shrugged. "I hear the units were designed especially for this asteroid," he went on. "Some fancy medical reason. Easier on the accidentals to have less gravity change, you say. Me? I dunno. I'd guess the designers couldn't help it, and the reason was dug up later." Cameron concealed his irritation. He wanted information, not a heart-to-heart confession. All practical sciences try to justify whatever they can't escape but would like to. Medicine, I'm sure, is no exception. He paused thoughtfully. "Now, there are 3 separate gravital units on the asteroid. One runs for 45 minutes while the other 2 are idle. Then it cuts off and another takes over. This is supposed to be synchronized. I don't have to tell you that it isn't. You felt your weight increase suddenly at the same time I did. What is wrong?" "Nothing wrong," said the engineer. "That's what you get with gravital." "You mean they're supposed to run that way, overlapping, so that for 5 minutes we have Earth or Earth and a half gravity, and then none?" "It's not supposed to be that way," said Vogel, "but nobody ever built a setup like this that worked any better." He added defensively, "Of course, if you want, you can check with a company that makes these units." "I'm not trying to challenge your knowledge, and I'm not anxious to make myself look silly. I have a sound reason for asking these questions. There is a possibility of sabotage." The engineer's grin was wider than the remark seemed to require. "All right," said Cameron tiredly. "Suppose you tell me why sabotage is so unlikely." "Well," explained the gravital engineer, "it would have to be someone living here, and he wouldn't like it if he suddenly got double or triple gravity, or maybe none at all. But there's another reason. Now take a gravital unit. Any gravital unit. Most people think of it as just that, a unit. It isn't really that at all. It has 3 parts. One part is a power source that can be anything as long as it's big enough. Our power source is a nuclear pile buried deep in the asteroid. You'll have to take Handicap Haven apart to get to it. Part 2 is the gravital coil, which actually produces the gravity and is simple and just about indestructible. Part 3 is the gravital control. It calculates the relationship between the amount of power flowing through the gravital coil and the strength of the created gravity field in any 1 microsecond. It uses the computed relationship to alter the power flowing through in the next microsecond to get the same gravity. No change of power, no gravity. I guess you could call the control unit a computer, as good as one as it's made for any purpose. The engineer rubbed his chin. "Fatigue," he continued. "The gravital control is an intricate computer that's subject to fatigue. That's why it has to rest an hour and a half to do 45 minutes of work. Naturally, they don't want anyone tinkering with it. It's non-repairable. Crack the case open and it won't work. But first you have to open it. Mind you, that can be done, but I wouldn't want to try it without a high-powered lab setup." If it didn't seem completely foolproof, neither did it seem a likely source of trouble. "Then we can forget about the gravital units," said Cameron, arising. "But what about hand weapons? Are there any available?" "You mean toasters?" "Anything that's lethal." "Nothing. No knives, even. Maybe a stray bar or so of metal." Vogel scratched his head. "There is something dangerous, though. Dangerous if you know how to take hold of it." Instantly Cameron was alert. "What's that?" "Why, the asteroid itself. You can't physically touch any part of the gravital unit, but if you could somehow sneak an impulse into the computer and change the direction of the field—" Vogel was very grave. "You could pick up Handicap Haven and throw it anywhere you wanted. At the Earth, say. 30 miles in diameter is a big hunk of rock." It was this kind of information Cameron was looking for, though the engineer seemed to regard the occasion as merely a social call. "Is there any possibility of that occurring?" he asked quietly. The engineer grinned. "Never happened. But they're ready for things like that with any gravital system. They've got monitor stations all over, the moons of Jupiter, Mars, Earth, Venus. Any time the gravital computer gets dizzy, the monitor overrides it. If that fails, they send a jammer impulse and freeze it up tight. It won't work until they let loose." Cameron sighed. He was getting very little help or information from Vogel. "All right," he said. "You've told me what I wanted to know." He watched the engineer depart for the gravity-generating chamber far below the surface of the asteroid. The post on Handicap Haven wasn't pleasant. It wasn't an experience a normal human would desire. It did have advantages. Advancement came in sizes directly proportional to the disagreeableness of the place. 10 months to go on a year's assignment. If Cameron could survive that period with nothing to mar his administration, he was in line for better positions. A suicide or any other kind of unpleasantness that would focus the attention of the outside world on the forgotten asteroid was definitely unwelcome. He flipped on the telecom. "Rocket Dome, get me the pilot." When the robot finally answered, it wasn't encouraging. "I'm sorry, there is no answer." "Then trace him," he snapped. "If he's not in the rocket dome, he's in the main dome. I want you to get him at once." A few seconds of silence followed. "There is no record of the pilot leaving the rocket dome." His heart skipped. With an effort he spoke carefully. "Scan the whole area, understand? You've got to find him." "Scanning is not possible. The system is out of operation in that area." "All right," he said, starting to shake. "Send out repair robots." They were efficient in the sense they always did the work they were set to do, but not in terms of speed. "The robots were dispatched as soon as scanning failed to work. Are there any other instructions?" He thought about that. He needed help. Plenty of it. Vogel? He'd be ready and willing, but that would leave the gravity-generating setup unprotected. Better do without him. Who else? The sour old nurse who'd signed up because she wanted quick credits toward retirement? Or the sweet young thing who had bravely volunteered because someone ought to help those poor unfortunate men? Not the women, of course. She had a bad habit of fainting when she saw blood. Probably that was why she couldn't get a position in a regular planetary hospital. That was all, except the robots, who weren't much help in a case like this. That and the rocket pilot. For some reason he wasn't available. The damned place was undermanned. Always had been. Nobody wanted to come, except the mildly psychotic, the inefficient and lazy, or, conceivably, an ambitious young doctor like himself. Mentally, Cameron berated the last category. If anything serious happened here, such a doctor might end his career bandaging scratches at a children's playground. "Instructions," he said. "Yes? Leave word in gravity generating for Vogel. Tell him to throw everything he's got around the units. Watch them." "Is that all?" "Not quite. Send 6 general-purpose robots. I'll pick them up at the entrance to the rocket dome." "Repair robots are already in that area. Will they do as well?" "They will not. I want GPs for another reason." They wouldn't be much help, true, but the best he could manage. Docky waited near the rocket dome, not hiding, merely inconspicuous among the carefully nurtured shrubbery that was supposed to give the illusion of earth. If the plants failed in that respect, At least they contributed to the oxygen supply of the asteroid. "Good girl," said Docky. "That Nona is wonderful." Jordan could feel him relax. "A regular mechanical marvel," he agreed. "But we can gas about that later. Let's get going." Docky glanced around, and then walked boldly into the passageway that connected the main dome with a much smaller, adjacent rocket dome. Normally, it was never dark in the inhabited parts of the asteroid. A modulated twilight was considered more conducive to the slumber of the handicapped. But it wasn't twilight as they neared the rocket dome. It was a full-scale rehearsal for the darkness of interplanetary space. Docky stopped before the emergency airlock, which loomed solidly in front of them. "I hope Nona was able to cut this one out of the circuit," he said anxiously. "She understood, didn't she?" asked Jordan. He reached out, and the great slab moved easily aside in its grooves. "The trouble with you is that you lack confidence." Docky, listening with a frown, didn't answer. "Okay, I hear it too," whispered Jordan. "We'd better get well inside before he reaches us." Docky walked rapidly into the darkness of the rocket dome. He allowed his face to become faintly luminescent, the one part of his altered metabolism that he had learned to control when he wasn't under emotional strain. He was nervous now, but his control had to be right. Enough light so that he'd be noticed, not so much that the details of his appearance would be plain. The footsteps came nearer, accompanied by a steady volume of profanity. Docky flashed his face once, and then lowered the intensity almost immediately. The footsteps stopped. "Docky?" "No, just a lonely little light bulb out for an evening stroll." The rocket pilot's laughter wasn't altogether friendly. "I know it's you. I meant, what are you doing here?" "I saw the lights in the rocket dome go out. The entrance was open, so I came in. Maybe I can help." "They're off all right. Everything. Even the standby system." The rocket pilot moved closer. The deadly little toaster was in his hand. "You can't help. You'd better get out. It's against regulations for you to be in here." Docky ignored the weapon. "What happened? Did a meteor strike?" The pilot grunted. "Not likely." He peered intently at the barely visible silhouette. "Well, I see you're getting smart. You should do that all the time. You look better that way, even if they're not usable arms. You look—" His voice faded away. "Sure, almost human," Docky finished for him. "Not like a pair of legs and a spinal column with a lightning bug stuck on top." "I didn't say that." "So you're sensitive about it, eh? Maybe that's not your fault. Anyway, you'd better get going." "But I don't want to go," said Docky deliberately. "I'm not afraid of the dark. Are you?" "Cut the psycho-talk, Docky. All your circuits are working, and you know it. Now get out of here before I take your fake hand and drag you out." "Now you've hurt my feelings," declared Docky reproachfully, nimbly stepping away. "You asked for it," growled the pilot, lunging after him. What he took hold of wasn't an imitation hand made of plastic. It was flesh and blood. That was why the pilot screamed once before he was lifted off his feet and slammed to the floor. Docky bent double. The dark figure on his back came over his head like a sword from a scabbard. "Joe?" "Yeah," said Jordan. He wrapped one arm around the pilot's throat and clamped it tight. With the other he felt for the toaster the pilot still held. Effortlessly he tore it away and used the butt with just enough force to knock the pilot unconscious without smashing the skull. Docky stood by until it was over. All he could offer was an ineffectual kick, not balanced by arms. It wasn't needed. "Let there be light," ordered Jordan, laughing, and there was a feeble, flickering illumination from Docky. Jordan was balancing himself on his hands, a strong head, massive, powerful arms and shoulders. His body ended at his chest. A round metal capsule contained his digestive system. "Dead?" Docky looked down at the pilot. Jordan rocked forward and listened for the heartbeat. "Nah," he said. "I remembered in time that we can't afford to kill anyone." "Good," said Docky, and stifled an exclamation as something coiled around his legs. His reactions were fast. He broke loose almost instantly. "Repair robot," said Jordan, looking around. "The place is lousy with them." Docky blinked on and off involuntarily, and the robot came toward him. "Friendly creature," observed Jordan. "He's offering to fix your lighting system for you." Docky ignored the squat contrivance and stared at the pilot. "Now what?" he asked. "Agreed," said Jordan. "He needs attention. Not the kind I gave him." He balanced the toaster in his hand and burned a small hole in the little wheeled monster. Tentacles emerged from the side of the machine and felt puzzledly at the damaged area. The tentacles were withdrawn and presently reappeared with a small torch and began welding. Jordan pulled the unconscious pilot toward him. He leaned against the machine, raised the inert form over his head, and laid it gently on the top flat surface. Another tentacle reached out to investigate the body of the pilot. Jordan welded the joints solid with the toaster. 3 times he repeated the process until the pilot was fastened to the robot. "The thing will stay here, repairing itself, until it's completely sound again," remarked Jordan. "However, that can be fixed." He adjusted the toaster beam to an imperceptible thickness. Deftly, he sliced through the control case and removed a circular section. He reached inside and ripped out circuits. "No further self-repair," he said cheerfully. "Now I'm going to need your help. From a time standpoint, I think it's a good idea to run the robot around the main dome a few times before it delivers the pilot to the hospital. No point in giving ourselves away before we're ready." Docky bent over the robot, and with his help the proper sequence was implanted. The machine scurried erratically away. Docky watched it go. "Time for us to be on our way." He bent double for Jordan. The arms folded around his neck, but Jordan made no effort to climb up upon his back. For a panic moment, Docky knew how the pilot felt when strength, where there shouldn't have been a strength, reached out from the darkness and gripped his throat. He shook the thought from his mind. "Get on my back," he insisted. "You're tired," said Jordan. "Half gravity or not, you can't carry me any farther." His fingers worked swiftly, and the carrying harness fell to the floor. "Stay down," growled Jordan. "Listen." Docky listened. "GPs." "Yeah," said Jordan. "Now get to the rocket." "What can I do when I get there? You'll have to help me." "You'll figure something out when the time comes. Hurry up." "Not without you," said Docky stubbornly, without moving. A huge paw clamped around the back of his skull. "Listen to me," whispered Jordan fiercely. "Together we were a better man than the pilot, your legs and my arms. It's up to us to prove that separately we are a match for Cameron and his GPs." "We're not trying to prove anything," said Docky. A brilliant light sliced through the darkness and swept around the rocket dome. "Maybe we are," said Jordan. Impatiently he hitched himself along the ground. "I think I am." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going up. With no legs, that's where I belong." He grasped the structural steel member in his great hands, and in the light gravity ascended rapidly. "Careful," warned Docky. "This is no time to be careful." His voice floated down from high in the lacy structure. It wasn't completely dark. The lights were getting nearer. Docky decided it was possible for Jordan to see what he was doing. They hadn't expected to be discovered so soon, but the issue had not yet been settled against them. Docky settled into a long stride, avoiding the low-slung repair robots that seemed to be everywhere. If Jordan refused to give up, Docky had to try. He stayed well ahead of the oncoming general-purpose robots. He reached the rocket and barely had time to look around. It was enough, however. The ship's passenger and freight locks were closed. Nona had either not understood all their instructions, or she hadn't been able to carry them out. The first, probably. She had put the light and scanning circuits out of commission with no tools except her hands, that and her uncanny knowledge of the inner workings of machines. It was too much to expect that she should also have the ship ready and waiting for them. It was up to him to get in. If he had the toaster they'd taken from the pilot, he might have been able to soften the proper area of the passenger lock. But he didn't. Not having arms, he couldn't have used it. For that reason, Jordan had kept the weapon. The alternative was to search the surrounding mechanical jungle for an external control of the rocket. There had to be one, at least for the airlocks. Then it was a matter of luck whether he could work it. The approaching lights warned him that he no longer had that alternative. If Cameron hadn't tried to search the rocket dome as he came along, the GPs would be solidly ringed around the ship now. That was Cameron's mistake, however, and he might make more. In all probability, Jordan was still at large, perhaps nearby. Would Cameron know that? He might not. Docky descended into the shallow landing pit. Until both of them were caught, there was always a chance. He had to hide, but the landing pit seemed remarkably ill-suited for that purpose. He leaned against the stern tube cluster and tried to shake his brain into activity. The metal pressed hard into the thin flesh that covered his back. In the smooth glazed surface of the landing pit, the only answer was the tubes. He straightened up and looked into them. A small boy might climb inside and crawl out of sight, or a grown man who had no shoulders or arms to get wedged in the narrow cylinder. Out in space, the inner ends of the tubes were closed with a combustion cap wherein the fuel was ignited. But in the dome, where the ship was not used for months at a time, yes, there was that possibility. He tried a lower tube. He lay on the floor and thrust his head inside. He wriggled and shoved with his feet until he had forced himself entirely in. It was dark and terrifying, but no time for claustrophobia. He stopped momentarily and listened. A GP descended noisily into the landing pit. The absence of any other sound indicated to Docky that it was radio-controlled. He drove himself on, though it was slow progress. The walls were smooth, and it was difficult to get much purchase. The going became even tougher. The tube was getting smaller. Not much, but enough to matter. Again he stopped. Outside there was the characteristic sputter, like frying, that the toaster beam made when it struck metal. A great clatter followed. "Get him!" shouted Cameron. "He's up there!" Jordan had arrived and had picked off a GP, and it wasn't going to be easy for Cameron to capture him. The diversion would help. "Don't use heat," ordered Cameron. "Get your lights on him. Blind him. Drive him in a corner, and then go up and get him." Docky had been wrong. The GPs were controlled by voice, not radio. That would make it easier for him once he got inside the ship. If he did. It looked as though he would. The tube wasn't getting narrower. More important, the air was not noticeably stale. The combustion cap had been retracted, which was a lucky break. His feet slipped. It didn't matter. Somehow he inched along. Blood was pounding in his veins from the constriction, but his head emerged in the rocket. He stared at the retracted combustion cap a few feet away. If he had arms, he could grasp it and pull himself free. But if he had arms, he would never have gotten this far. He wriggled until his body was nearly out and only his legs were in the tube. He kicked hard, fell to the floor. He lay there while his head cleared, then rolled to his feet and staggered forward to the control compartment. The rocket was his, but he didn't want it for himself alone. He stared thoughtfully at the instrument panel. It had been a long time since he had operated a ship. When he understood the controls, he bent down and thrust his chin against a gravital dial. Laboriously he turned it to the proper setting. Then he sat down and kicked on a switch. The ship rocked and rose a few inches. Chances were that Cameron wouldn't notice that in the confusion outside. If he did, he had 30 seconds in which to stop Docky. That wouldn't be enough for Cameron. "Rocket landing," said Docky when the allotted time passed. "Emergency instructions, stand by." Strictly speaking, that wasn't necessary, for the frequency he was using assured him of complete control. "All energized GPs lend assistance. This order supersedes previous orders. Additional equipment necessary." After listing their equipment, he sat back and chuckled. With his knee he turned on the external lights, got up, and walked to the passenger lock, brushing against the switch. The airlock opened. He stood boldly at the threshold and looked out. The rocket dome was floodlighted by the ship. "All right, Jordan, you can come down now," he called. Jordan appeared overhead, hanging from a beam. He swung along it until he reached a column, down which he descended. He propelled himself over the floor and up the ramp in his awkward fashion. Balancing on his hands, he gazed up at Docky. "Well, monster, how did you do it?" "Monster yourself," said Docky. "Do what?" "I saw you crawl in the rocket tubes," said Jordan. "But what did you do after you got inside?" "Cameron's a medic," said Docky, "not mechanically inclined. He forgot that an emergency rocket landing cancels any verbal orders. So I took the ship up a few inches. GPs aren't very bright. That satisfied them that I was coming in for a landing. What Cameron should have done was splash some heat against a gravital unit, and then, having created an artificial emergency condition in the main dome, he could have directed the GPs from the gravity control center. After that, he would have had top priority, not me." "But they rushed off, carrying Cameron with them." Jordan looked puzzled. "Easy. I told the GPs that there was danger of crashing and that they must remove any human beings nearby, whether they were willing or not. You weren't nearby, and that let you out. They took Cameron because he was." "It's ours," breathed Jordan. "But what about Auntie and Nona?" "Auntie's taken care of. As far as the GPs are concerned, she comes under the heading of emergency landing material. They'll bring her. Nona is supposed to be waiting with Auntie." Docky frowned. "There's nothing we can do if she isn't. Meanwhile, you'd better get ready to take the ship off." Jordan swung himself inside. Docky remained at the passenger lock, waiting. He heard the GPs first and saw them seconds later. They came into sight, half pushing, half carrying a huge rectangular tank. With unexpected robotic ingenuity, they had mounted it on 4 of their smaller brethren, the squat repair robots, which served to support the tremendous weight. The tank was filled with blue liquid. Twisted pipes dangled from the ends. It had been torn and lifted from its foundation. Broken plants still clung to the narrow ledge on top, and moist soil adhered to the sides. 5 GPs pushed it rapidly toward the ship, mechanically oblivious to the dishevelled man who frustratedly shouted and struck at them. "Jordan, open the freight lock." In response, the ship rose a few more inches and hung quivering. A section of the ship hinged outward and downward to form a ramp. The ship was ready to take on cargo. Docky stood at his post. That damn fool Cameron should have stayed in the main dome where the GPs had released him. His presence added an unwelcome complication. Still, it should be easy enough to get rid of him when the time came. It was Nona who really worried him. She wasn't anywhere to be seen. He took an uncertain step down the ramp, came back, shaking his head. It was impossible to look for her now, though he wanted to. The tank neared the ship. A few feet of it projected onto the ramp. The GPs stopped. Their efforts lost momentum. They looked bewildered. The tank rolled backward. The GPs shook, buzzed, and looked around, primarily at Docky. He didn't wait any longer. He leaped into the ship. "Close the passenger lock," he shouted. Jordan looked up questioningly from the controls. "Vogel, the engineer," explained Docky. "He must have seen the GPs on scanning when they entered the main dome. He's trying to do what Cameron should have done, but didn't have enough sense to do." The passenger lock swung ponderously shut behind him. "Now what?" Jordan asked, worried. "First, let's see what you can get on the telecom," said Docky. The angle was impossible, so close to the ship, but they did manage to get a corner of the tank on the screen. Apparently it was resting where Docky had last seen it, though it was difficult to be sure because the curve of the ship loomed so large. "Maybe we'd better get out of here," suggested Jordan nervously. "Without the tank? Not a chance. Vogel hasn't got complete control of them yet." That seemed to be true. The GPs were nearly motionless, paralyzed. "What shall I do?" asked Jordan. "Give me full power on the radio," said Docky. "Burn it out if you have to. I think the engineer is at the wrong angle to broadcast much power to them. Besides, the intervening structure is absorbing most of his signal." He waited until Jordan had complied. "The tank must be placed in the ship," he added. GPs were not designed to sift contradictory commands that were nearly at the same level of urgency. Their reasoning power was feeble, but the mechanism was complicated enough. In that respect, they resembled humans. Borderline decisions were difficult. "More power," whispered Docky. Sweating, Jordan obeyed. Marionettes. This string led toward a certain action. Another, intrinsically more important, but suddenly far less powerful, pulled for something else. Circuits burned within electronic brains. Micro-relays fluttered under the stress. Choice. Stiffly the GPs moved and grasped the tank. The quality of decision, in this case, was strained. Inch by inch the tank rolled up the ramp. "When it's completely on, raise the ramp," Docky whispered to Jordan in an even lower voice. One GP wavered and fell. Motionless, it lay there. The remaining 4 were barely equal to the task. "Now," said Docky. The freight ramp began to rise. The tank picked up speed as it rolled into the ship. "GPs, save yourselves!" shouted Docky. They leaped from the ramp. Jordan breathed deeply. "I don't think they can hurt us now." Docky nodded. "Get me ship to asteroid communication, if there's any radio left." "There is." Jordan made the adjustment. "Vogel, we're going out. Give us the proper sequence and save the dome some damage." There was no reply. "He's trying to bluff," said Jordan. "He knows the airlocks to the main dome will automatically close if we do break through." "Sure," said Docky. "Everyone in the main dome is safe, if everyone is in there. Vogel, We'll give you time to think about that. Jordan gave him the time until it hurt, waiting. Meanwhile, he flipped on the telecom and searched the rocket dome. Nothing was moving. No GP was in sight. Docky watched the screen with interest. What he thought didn't show on his face. Still, there was no reply from Vogel. "All right," Docky said in a low, hard voice. "Jordan, take it out. Hit the shell with the bow of the rocket." The ship hardly quivered as it ripped through the transparent covering of the rocket dome. The worst sound was unheard, the hiss of air escaping through the great hole in the envelope. Jordan sat at the controls, gripping the levers. "I couldn't tell," he said slowly. "It happened too fast for me to be sure. Maybe Vogel did have the inner shell out of the way. In that event, it's all right because it would close immediately. The outer shell is supposed to be self-sealing, but I doubt if it could handle that much damage." He twisted the lever, and the ship leaped forward. "Cameron, I don't mind. He had enough time to get out if he wanted to, but I keep thinking that Nona might be in there." Docky avoided his eyes. There was no light at all in his face. He walked away. Jordan rocked back and forth. The hemisphere that held what remained of his body was well suited for that. He set the autocontrols and reduced the gravity to 1/4 Earth normal. He bent his great arms and shoved himself into the air, deftly catching hold of a guide rail. He would have to go with Docky, but not at the moment. He felt bad. That is, he did until he saw a light blinking at a cabin door. He had to investigate that first. Jordan caught up before Docky reached the cargo hold. In the lesser gravity of the ship, Jordan was truly at home. Docky turned and waited for him. Jordan still carried the weapon he had taken from the pilot. It was clipped to the sack-like garment he wore, dangling from his midsection, which for him was just below his shoulders. Down the corridor he flew, swinging from the guide rails lightly, though gravity on the ship was as erratic as on the asteroid. Docky braced himself. Locomotion was not so easy for him. Jordan halted beside him and dangled from one hand. "We have another passenger." Docky stiffened. "Who?" "I could describe her," said Jordan. "But why, when a name will do at least as well?" "Nona," said Docky. He slumped in sudden relief against the wall. "How did she get in the ship?" "A good question," said Jordan. "Remind me to ask her that sometime when she's able to answer. But since I don't know, I'll have to use my imagination. My guess is that, after she jammed the lights and scanners in the rocket dome, she walked to the ship and tapped the passenger lock 3 times in the right places, or something just as improbable. The lock opened for her, whether it was supposed to or not." "As good a guess as any," agreed Docky. "We may as well make our assumptions complete. Once inside, she felt tired. She found a comfortable cabin and fell asleep in it. She remained asleep throughout our skirmish with the GPs." "She deserves a rest," said Docky. "She does. But if she had waited a few minutes to take it, she'd have saved you the trouble of crawling through the tubes." "She did her part, and more," Docky argued. "We depend too much on her. Next we'll expect her to escort us personally to the stars." He straightened up. "Let's go. Auntie is waiting for us." The cargo hold was sizable. It had to be to contain the tank, battered and twisted though it was. Equipment had been jarred from storage racks and lay in tangled heaps on the floor. "Auntie," called Docky. "Here? Are you hurt?" "Never felt a thing," came the cheerful reply. Jordan scaled the side of the tank. He reached the top and peered over. "She seems all right," he called down. "Part of the acid's gone, otherwise no damage." Damage enough, however. Acid was a matter of life for Auntie. It had been splashed from the tank, and, where it had spilled, metal was corroding rapidly. The wall against which the tank had crashed was bent and partly eaten through. That was no reason for alarm. The scavenging system of the ship would handle acid. The real question was what to do for Auntie. "I've stewed in this soup for years," said Auntie. "Get me out of here." "How?" "If you weren't as stupid as doctors pretend to be, you'd know how. No gravity, of course. I've got muscles, more than you think. I can walk as long as my bones don't break from the weight." No gravity would be rough on Docky. Having no arms, he would be virtually helpless. The prospect of floating free without being able to grasp something was terrifying. "As soon as we can manage it," he said, forcing down his fear. "First, we've got to drain and store the acid." Jordan had anticipated that. He'd swung off the tank and was busy expelling the water from an auxiliary compartment into space. As soon as the compartment was empty, he led a hose from it to the tank. The pumps sucked, and the acid level fell slowly. Docky felt the ship lurch familiarly. "Hurry," he called out to Jordan. The gravital unit was acting up. Presumably it was getting ready to cut out. If it did, well, a free-floating globe of acid would be as destructive to the ship and those in it as a high-velocity meteor cluster. Jordan jammed the lever as far as it would go and held it there. "All out," said Jordan presently, and let the hose roll back into the wall. Done in plenty of time. The gravital unit remained in operation for a full minute. As soon as she was weightless, Auntie rose out of the tank. In all the time Docky had known her, he had seen no more than a face framed in blue acid. Periodic surgery, where it was necessary, had trimmed the flesh from her face. For the rest, she lived submerged in a corrosive liquid that destroyed the wild tissue as fast as it grew. Or nearly as fast. Docky averted his eyes. "Well, junk man, look at a real monster," snapped Auntie. Humans were not meant to grow that large. But it was not obscene to Docky, merely unbelievable. Jupiter is not repulsive because it is the bulging giant of planets. It is overwhelming, and so was Auntie. "How will you live out of the acid?" he stammered. "How really unobservant some men are," said Auntie loftily. "I anticipated our little journey and prepared for it. If you look closely, you will notice I have on a special surgery robe. It's the only thing in the solar system that will fit me. It's fabricated from a sponge-like substance and holds enough acid to last me about 36 hours. She grasped a rail and propelled herself toward the corridor. Normally that was a spacious passageway. For her it was a close fit. Satellites, one glowing and the other swinging in an eccentric orbit, followed after her. Nona was standing before the instrument panel when they came back. There was an impressive array of dials, lights, and levers in front of her, but she wasn't interested in these. A single small dial, separate from the rest, held her complete attention. She seemed disturbed by what she saw or didn't see. Disturbed or excited. It was difficult to say which. Auntie stopped. "Look at her. If I didn't know she's a freak like the rest of us, the only one, in fact, who was born that way, it would be easy to hate her. She's so disgustingly normal." Normal. True, and yet not true. Surgical techniques that could take a body apart and put it back together again with a skill once reserved for the repair of machines has made beauty commonplace. No more sagging muscles, wrinkles. Even the aged were attractive and youthful seeming until the day they died. No more ill-formed limbs, misshapen bodies. Everyone was handsome or beautiful. No exceptions. None to speak of, at least. The accidentals didn't belong, of course. In another day, most of them would have been candidates for a waxworks or the formaldehyde of a specimen bottle. Nona fitted neither category. She wasn't a repair job. Looking at her closely, and why not, she was an original work, as far from the normal in one direction as Auntie, for example, was in the other. "Why is she staring at the little dial?" asked Auntie as the others slipped past her and came into the compartment. "Is there something wrong with it?" She shrugged. "I would be interested in the big dials, the one with coloured lights." "That's Nona," Docky smiled. "I'm sure she's never been in the control room of a rocket before, and yet she went straight to the most curious thing in it. She's looking at the gravital indicator. Directly behind it is the gravital unit." "How do you know? Does it say so?" "It doesn't. You have to be trained to recognize it, or else be Nona." Auntie dismissed that intellectual feat. "What are you waiting for? You know she can't hear us. Go stand in front of her." "How do I get there?" Docky had risen a few inches from the floor now that Jordan had released him from his grip. "A good engineer would have enough sense to put on Magna slippers. Nona did." Auntie grasped his jacket. How she was able to move was uncertain. The tissues that surrounded the woman were too vast to permit the perception of individual motions. Nevertheless, she proceeded to the centre of the compartment, and with her came Docky. Nona turned before they reached her. "My poor boy," sighed Auntie. "You do a very bad job of concealing your emotions, if that's what you're trying to do. Anyway, stop glowing like a rainbow and say something." "Hello," said Docky. Nona smiled at him, though it was Auntie that she came to. "No, not too close, child. Don't touch the surgery robe unless you want your pretty face to peel off like a plasti wrapper." Nona stopped. She said nothing. Auntie shook her head hopelessly. "I wish you would learn to read lips, or at least recognize written words. It's so difficult to communicate with you." "She knows facial expressions and actions, I think," said Docky. "She's good at emotions. Words are a foreign concept to her." "What other concepts does anyone think with?" asked Auntie dubiously. "Maybe mathematical relationships," answered Docky, "though she doesn't. They've tested her for that." He frowned. "I don't know what concepts she does think with. I wish I did." "Save some of that worry and apply it to our present situation," said Auntie. "The object of your concern doesn't seem to be interested in it." That was true. Nona had wandered back and was staring at the gravital indicator again. What she saw to hold her attention was a puzzle. In some ways, she seemed irresponsible and childlike. That was an elusive thought, though. Whose child? Not really, of course. Her parents were obscure technicians and mechanics, descendants of a long line of mechanics and technicians. The question he had asked himself was this: where and how does she belong? He couldn't answer. With an effort, Docky came back to reality. "We appealed to the Medi-Council," he said. "We asked for a ship to go to the nearest star. It would have to be a rocket, naturally. Even allowing for a better design than any we now have, the journey would take a long time, 40 or 50 years going and the same length of time back. That's entirely too long for a normal, but it wouldn't matter to a biocompensator. Why a rocket? Interrupted Jordan. Why not some form of gravity drive? An attractive idea, admitted Docky. Theoretically, there's no limit to gravity drive except light speed, and even that's not certain. If it would work, the time element could be cut to a fraction. But the last 20 years have proved that gravity drives don't work at all outside the solar system. They function very poorly even when the ship is as far out as Jupiter's orbit. I thought the gravity drive on a ship was nearly the same as a gravital unit on the asteroid, said Jordan. Why won't they function? I don't know why, answered Docky impatiently. If I did, I wouldn't be marooned on Handicap Haven. Arms or no arms, biocompensator or not, I'd be the most important scientist on Earth. With a multitude of pretty women competing for your affections, added Auntie. I think he'd settle for one. A certain one, suggested Jordan. Poor unimaginative boy, said Auntie. In my youth— We've heard about your youth, said Jordan. Youth and love are long since past for both of you. Talk about them privately if you want, but not now. Docky glowered at them. Anyway, he resumed, gravity drive is out. One time they had hopes for it, but no longer. It should be able to drive this ship. Actually, its sole function is to provide an artificial gravity inside the ship for passenger comfort. So rocket ship it is. That's what we asked for. The Medi-Council refused. Therefore, we're going to appeal to a higher authority. Fine, said Auntie. How? We've discussed it, answered Docky. Ultimately, the Medi-Council is responsible to the solar government, and in turn— All right, I'm in favour of it, said Auntie. I just wanted to know. Mars is closer, continued Docky, but Earth is the seat of government. As soon as we get there— He stopped suddenly and listened. Auntie listened with him and waited till she could stand it no longer. What's the matter? She asked. I don't hear anything. Jordan leaned forward in his seat and looked at the instrument panel. That's the trouble, Auntie. You're not supposed to hear anything, but you should be able to feel the vibration from the rocket exhaust as long as it's on. I don't feel anything either. Yeah, said Jordan. He looked at Docky. There's plenty of fuel. Momentum of the ship didn't cease when the rocket stopped, of course. They were still moving, but not very fast, and not in the direction they wanted to go. Gingerly Docky tried out the magneslippers. He was clumsy, but no longer helpless in the gravityless ship. He stared futilely at the instruments as if he could wring more secrets than the panel had electronic access to. It's mechanical trouble of some sort, he said uneasily. There's one way of finding out. Before he could move, Auntie was in the corridor that led away from the control compartment. Stay here, Auntie, he said. I'll see what's wrong. She reached nearly from the floor to the ceiling. She missed by scant inches the sides of the passageway. Locomotion was easy enough for her. Turning around wasn't. Auntie didn't turn. Look, honey, her voice floated back. You brought me along for the ride. That's fine, but I'm not satisfied with it. I want to earn my fare. You stay and run the ship because you know how and I don't. I'll find out what's wrong. But you won't know what to do, Auntie. There was no answer. All right, he said in defeat. Both of us ought to go. Jordan, you stay at the controls. Auntie led the way because Docky couldn't get around her. Determinedly he shuffled along. There was a trick to magneslippers that he had nearly forgotten. Slowly it was coming back to him. Shuffle instead of striding. It was a dingy, poorly lighted passageway in an older ship. Handicap Haven definitely didn't rate the best equipment that was produced. On one side was the hull of the ship, on the other a few small cabins. None were occupied. Auntie stopped. The passageway ended in a cross corridor that led to the other side of the ship. "We'd better check the stern rocket tubes," he said, still unable to see around her. "Open it up and we'll take a look." "I can't," said Auntie. "There are handles, but the thing won't open. There's a red light, too. Does that mean anything?" His heart sank. "It does. Don't try to open it. With your strength, you might be unlucky enough to do it." "That's a man for you," said Auntie sharply. "First he wants me to open it, and then he tells me not to." "There's a vacuum in there. The combustion cap has been retracted. That's the only thing that will actuate the warning signal. You'd die in a few seconds if you somehow managed to open the lock to the rocket compartment." "What are we waiting for? Let's get busy and fix it." "Sure, fix it. You see, Auntie, that didn't happen by itself. Someone or something was responsible." "Who?" "Did you see anyone when we were loading your tank in the ship?" "Nothing. I heard Cameron shouting, a lot of noise. All I could see was what was directly overhead. What does that have to do with it?" "I think it has to do with the GP. I thought they all dropped outside. Maybe there was one that didn't." "Why a GP?" she asked blankly. "In the first place, no man is strong enough to move the combustion cap, but if he should somehow manage to exert superhuman effort, as soon as the cap cleared the tubes, rocket action would cease. The air in the compartment would exhaust into space, and anyone in there would die." "So we have a dead GP in there?" "A GP doesn't die, not even become inactive. It doesn't need air." Docky tried to think the thing through. Not only that, a GP might be able to escape from the compartment. The lock would close as soon as the pressure dropped, but a GP... Auntie settled down grimly. "Then there's a GP on the loose, intent on sabotage." "I'm afraid so," he admitted worriedly. "What are we standing here for? We'll go back to controls and pick up the robot on radio. What it damaged, it can repair." She was partly turned around now and saw Docky's face. "Don't tell me," she said. "I suppose I should have thought of it. The signal doesn't work inside the ship." Docky nodded. "It doesn't. Robots are never used aboard, so the control is set in the bow antenna, and the ship, of course, is insulated." "Well," said Auntie happily, "we've got a robot hunt ahead of us." "We do, and our bare hands to hunt it with." "Oh, come now. It's not as bad as all that. Look, the GP was back here when the rocket stopped. Could it get by the control compartment without our seeing it?" "It couldn't. There are 2 corridors leading through the compartment, one on each side of the ship." "That's what I thought. We came down one corridor and no GP was in it. It has to be in the other. If it goes into a cabin, a light will shine on the outside. It can't really hide from us." "Sure, we can find out where it is, but what are we going to do with it when we find it?" "I was thinking," said Auntie, "can you get around me when I'm standing like this?" "I can't." "Neither can a GP. All I need is a toaster or something that looks like one, and I can drive the robot into the control compartment for Jordan to pick off." Determinedly, she began to move toward the opposite corridor. "Hurry back to Jordan and tell him what we're doing. There ought to be another toaster on the ship. Probably there's one somewhere in the control compartment. Bring it back to me." Docky bit his lip and stared at the back of the huge woman. "All right," he answered. "But stay where you are. Don't try anything until I get back." Auntie laughed. "I value my big fat life," she said. There were other things she valued, but she didn't mention them. Docky went as fast as the magneslippers would allow, which wasn't very fast. The strategy was simple, but it didn't follow that it was sound. A toaster for Jordan and one for Auntie, if another could be found. Auntie would block the corridor. A GP might go through her, but it could never squeeze past her. The robot would have to run for it. If it came toward Auntie, she might be able to burn it down, but she would be firing directly into the control room, if she missed even partially. The instruments were delicate. It wasn't better if Jordan got the chance to bring down the robot. Auntie would be in the line of fire. No, that wasn't good either. They'd have to think of something else. "Jordan," called Docky as he entered the control compartment. Jordan wasn't there. Nona was, still gazing serenely at the gravity indicator. Lights were streaming from the corridor on the opposite side of the compartment. Docky hurried over. Jordan was just inside the entrance, the toaster clutched grimly in his hand. He was hitching his truncated body slowly toward the stern. Coming to meet him was Auntie, unarmed, enormously fat Auntie. She wasn't walking. Somehow it seemed more like swimming, a bulbous, flabby sea animal moving through the air. She waved her fins against the wall and propelled herself forward. "Melt him down!" she cried. It was difficult to make out the vaguely human form of the GP. The powerful, shining body blended into the structure of the ship itself, unintentional camouflage, though the robot wasn't aware of that. It was crouched at the threshold of a cabin, hesitating between the approaching dangers. Jordan raised the weapon and as instantly lowered it. "Get out of the way," he told Auntie. There was no place for her to go. She was too big to enter a cabin, too massive to let the GP squeeze by her even if she wanted it to. "Never mind that. Get him," she answered. A GP was not a genius even by robot standards. It didn't need to be. Heat is deadly. A human body is a fragile thing. This it knew. It ran toward Auntie. Unlike man, it didn't need magneslippers. It had magnetic metal feet which could move fast, and did. Docky couldn't close his eyes, though he wanted to. He had to watch. The GP torpedoed into Auntie, and it was the robot that was thrown back. Relative mass favored the monstrous woman. The electronic brain obeyed its original instructions, whatever those were. It got to his feet and rushed toward Auntie. Metal arms shot out with dazzling speed and crashed against the flesh of the fat woman. Docky could hear the thud. No ordinary person could take that kind of punishment and live. Auntie wasn't ordinary. She was strange, even for an accidental, living far inside a deep armor of flesh. It was possible that she never felt the crushing force of those blows. Amazingly, she grasped the robot and drew it to her, and the GP lost the advantage of leverage. The bright arms didn't flash so fast, nor with such lethal power. "Gravity!" cried Auntie. "All you've got!" She leaned against the struggling machine. Gravity. That was something he could do. Docky turned, took 2 steps before the surge of gravity hit him. It came in waves, the sequence of which he was never able to disentangle. The first wave staggered him. At the second his knees buckled and he sank to the floor. After that his eardrums hurt. He thought he could feel the ship quiver. He knew dazedly that an artificial gravity field of this magnitude was impossible, but that knowledge didn't help him move. It vanished as suddenly as it had come. Painfully his lungs expanded. Each muscle ached. He rolled to his feet and lurched past Jordan. He didn't find the mass of broken flesh he expected. Auntie was already standing. "Oof!" she grunted, and gazed with satisfaction at the twisted, grotesque shape at her feet. The electronic brain had been smashed, the body flattened. "Are you hurt?" asked Docky gently, awed. She waggled the extremities of her body. "Nope, I can't feel anything broken," she said solemnly. She moved back to get a better view of the robot. "I'd call that throwing my weight around. At the right time, of course. The secret's timing. And I must say you picked up your cue with the gravity well." Her laughter rolled through the ship. "It wasn't I," said Docky. "Jordan? No, he's just getting up. Then who?" "Nona," said Docky. "It had to be her. She saw what had to be done and did it. But how she got that amount of gravity—" "Ask her," said Auntie with fond irony. Docky grimaced and limped back into the control room, followed by Auntie and Jordan. Nona was at the gravity panel, her face pleasant and childlike. "Gravity can be turned on or off," said Docky puzzledly, searching her face for some sign, "and regulated within certain narrow limits. But somehow you doubled or tripled the normal amount. How?" Nona smiled questioningly. "Gravity engineers would like to know that too," said Jordan. "Everybody would like to know," Auntie interrupted irritably, "except me. I'm too pragmatic, I suppose, but I want to know when we start the rockets and be on our way." "It isn't that easy," sighed Jordan. "A retracted combustion cap in flight generally means at least one burned-out tube." He made his way to the instrument panel and looked at it glumly. 3. "A factor," Docky nodded, "but I was thinking about the robot." Auntie was impatient. "An interesting subject, no doubt. What about it?" "Where did it get instructions?" "Not radio. The hull of the ship cuts off all radiation. The last we knew, it was in our control." "All right. How?" "Voice," said Docky. Cameron's voice, to be exact. "But he was in the rocket dome," Jordan objected. "Think back to when we were loading the tank. We had to look through the telecom and the angle of vision was bad. We couldn't see much of the cargo lock. Auntie couldn't see anything that wasn't directly overhead. Both Cameron and the GP managed to get inside, and we didn't know it." Jordan hefted his weapon. "Looks like we've got another hunt on our hands. This time a nice normal doctor." "Keep it handy," said Docky, glancing at the toaster. "But be careful how you use it. One homicide, and we can forget what we came for. I think he'll be ready to surrender. The ship's temporarily disabled. He'll consider that damage enough." Jordan found the doctor in the forward section of the ship. Cameron knew better than to argue with a toaster. In a matter of minutes, he was in the control room. "Now that you've got me, what are you going to do with me?" he asked. Docky swiveled away from the instrument panel. "I don't expect active cooperation, of course, but I'd like to think you'd give your word not to hinder us hereafter." Cameron glared. "I promise nothing of the kind." "We can chain him to Auntie," suggested Jordan. "That'll keep him out of trouble." "Like leading a poodle on a leash? Nope," said Auntie indignantly. "A girl has to have some privacy." "Don't wince, Cameron," objected Docky. "She really was a girl once, an attractive one." "We can put him in a spacesuit and lock his hands behind his back," said Jordan. "Something like an ancient straitjacket." Cameron laughed. "No, that's inhuman," said Docky. Jordan juggled the toaster. "I can weld with this. Let's put him in a cabin and weld the door closed. We could cut a slot to shove food in, a very narrow slot." "Excellent. I think you have the solution. That is, unless Dr. Cameron will reconsider his decision." Cameron shrugged. "I'll pick you up in a day or less anyway. I suppose I'm not compromising myself by agreeing to your terms." "Good." "A doctor's word is as good as his oath," observed Auntie. "Hippocratic or hypocritic?" "Now, Auntie, don't be cynical. Doctors have an economic sense as well as the next person," said Docky gravely. He turned to Cameron. "You see, after Auntie grew too massive for her skeletal structure, doctors reasoned she'd be most comfortable in the absence of gravity. That was in the early days, before successful ship gravital units were developed. They put her on an interplanetary ship and kept transferring her before each landing. But that grew troublesome and expensive. They devised a new treatment, the asteroid and the tank of acid. Not being aquatic by nature, Auntie resented the change. She still does. I knew nothing about that, Cameron pointed out defensively. It was before your time, Docky frowned at the doctor. Tell me, why did you laugh when Jordan mentioned a spacesuit? Cameron grinned. That was my project while you were busy with the robot. To do what? Jordan? But Jordan was already on his way. He was gone for some time. Well? Asked Docky on his return. It really wasn't necessary. Jordan's gloomy face told the story. Cut to ribbons. All of them. Every one, beyond repair. What's the excitement about? Rumbled Auntie. We don't need spacesuits unless something happens to the ship and we have to go outside. Exactly, Auntie. How do you suppose we go about replacing the defective tubes? From the outside, of course. By destroying the spacesuits, Cameron made sure we can't. Auntie opened her mouth with surprise and closed it in anger. She glowered at the doctor. We're still in the asteroid zone, said Cameron. In itself, that's not dangerous. Without power to avoid stray rocks it is. I advise you to contract the Medi-Council. They'll send a ship to pick us up and tow us in. No thanks. I don't like Handicap Haven as well as you do, Auntie said brusquely. She turned to Docky. Maybe I'm stupid for asking, but exactly what is it that's deadly about being out in space without a spacesuit? Cold, lack of air pressure, lack of oxygen. Is that all? Nothing else? His laugh was too loud. Isn't that enough? I wanted to be sure, she said. She beckoned to Nona, who was standing near. Together they went forward where the spacesuits were kept. Cameron scowled puzzledly and started to follow. Jordan waved the toaster around. All right, said the doctor, stopping. He rubbed his chin. What is she thinking about? I wouldn't know, said Docky. She's not scientifically trained, if that's what you mean. But she has a good mind, as good as her body once was. And how good was that? We don't talk about it, said Jordan shortly. It was a long time before the women came back. If the weird creature that floated into the control compartment with Nona was Auntie. Cameron stared at her and saw shudderingly that it was. You need a session with a psychocomputer, he said. When we get back, that's the first thing we do. Can't you understand? Be quiet, growled Jordan. Now, Auntie, explain what you've rigged up. Any kind of pressure is good enough as far as the outside of the body is concerned, answered Auntie, flipping back the helmet. Mechanical pressure will do as well as air pressure. I had Nona cut the spacesuits into strips and wired them around me, hard. Then I found a helmet that would fit over my head when the damaged part was cut away. It won't hold much air pressure, even taped very tight to my skin, but as long as it's pure oxygen. It might be satisfactory, admitted Docky, but the temperature. Do you think I'm going to worry about cold? Asked Auntie. Me? Way down below all this flesh? Listen to me, said Cameron through his teeth. You've already seriously threatened my career with all this childish nonsense. I won't permit you to ruin it altogether by deliberate suicide. You and your stinking career, retorted Jordan tiredly. We're not asking your permission to do anything. He turned away from the doctor. You understand the risk, Auntie? It's possible that it won't work at all. I've thought about it, Auntie replied soberly. On the other hand, I've thought about the asteroid. All right, said Jordan. Docky nodded. Nona bobbed her head. It was doubtful that she knew what she was agreeing to. "Let's have some telecom viewers outside," said Docky. "One directly and back, one on each side. We've got to know what's happening." Jordan went to the control panel and flipped levers. "They're out and working," he said, gazing at the screen. "Now, Auntie, go to the freight lock. Close your helmet and wait. I'll let the air out slowly. The pressure change will be gradual. If anything seems wrong, let me know over the helmet radio and I'll yank you in immediately. Once you're outside, I'll give you further instructions. Tools and equipment are in a compartment that opens into space." Auntie waddled away. Jordan looked down at his legless body. "I suppose we have to be realistic about it." "We do," answered Docky. "Auntie is the only one of us who has a chance of doing the job and surviving." Jordan adjusted a dial. "It was Cameron who was responsible for it. If Auntie doesn't come back, you can be damn sure he'll join her." "No threats, please," said Docky. "When are you going to let her out?" "She's out," said Jordan. Deliberately he had diverted their attention while he had taken the burden of emotional strain. Docky glanced hastily at the telecom. Auntie was hanging free in space, wrapped and strapped in strips torn from the useless spacesuits, that and more flesh than any human had ever borne. The helmet sat jauntily on her head. The oxygen cylinder was strapped to her back. She was still intact. "How is she?" he asked anxiously, unaware that the microphone was open. "Fine," came Auntie's reply, faint and ready. "The air's thin, but it's pure oxygen." "Cold?" asked Docky. "It hasn't penetrated yet. No worse than the acid at any rate. What do I do?" Jordan gave her directions. The others watched. It was work to find the tools and examine the tubes for defectives, to loosen the tubes in the sockets and pull them out and push them spinning into space. It was still harder to replace them, though there was no gravity and Auntie was held to the hull by magneslippers. But it seemed more than work. To Cameron, who was watching, an odd thought occurred. In her remote past, of which he knew nothing, Auntie had done something like this before. Ridiculous, of course, yet there was a rhythm to her motions, this shapeless giant creature whose bones would break with her weight if she tried to stand at even only half Earth gravity. Rhythm, a sense of purpose, a strange pattern, an incredible gargantuan grace. The whale ploughing the waves is graceful. It cannot be otherwise in its natural habitat. The human race has produced, accidentally, one unlikely person to whom interplanetary space was not an alien thing. Auntie was at last in her element. "Now," said Jordan, keeping the tension out of his voice, "go back to the outside tool compartment. You'll find a lever. Pull. That will set the combustion cap in place." "Done," said Auntie some minutes later. "That's all. You can come in now." "That's all? But I'm not cold. It hasn't reached any nerves yet." "Come in," repeated Jordan, showing the anger of alarm. She walked slowly over the hull to the cargo lock and, while she did, Jordan reeled in the telecom viewers. The lock was no sooner closed to the outside and the air hissing into the compartment than Jordan was there, opening the inner lock. "Are you all right?" he asked. She flipped back the helmet. There was frost on her eyebrows, and her nose was a bright red. "Of course. My hands aren't a bit cold." She stripped off the heated gloves and waggled her fingers. "It can't be," protested Cameron. "You should be frozen stiff." "Why?" asked Auntie, laughing. "It's a matter of insulation, and I have plenty of that." Cameron turned to Docky. "When I was a kid, I saw a film of a dancer. She did a ballet, Life of the Cold Planets, I believe it was called. For some cockeyed reason, I thought of it when Auntie was out there. I hadn't thought of it in years." He rubbed his hand fretfully over his forehead. It fascinated me when I first saw it. I couldn't get it out of my mind. When I grew older, I found out a tragic thing happened to the dancer. She was on a tour of Venus, and the ship she was in disappeared. They sent out searching parties, of course. They found her after she had spent a week on a fungus plane.
You know what that meant? The great ballerina was a living spore culture medium.
"Shut up," growled Jordan. Cameron didn't seem to hear. "Naturally, she died. I can't remember her name, but I've always remembered the ballet she did. That's funny, because it reminded me of Auntie out there." A fist exploded in his face. If there had been more behind the blow than shoulders and a fragment of a body, his jaw would have been broken. As it was, he floated through the air and crashed against the wall. Angrily, he got to his feet. "I gave my word I wouldn't cause any trouble. The agreement evidently doesn't work both ways." He glanced significantly at the weapon Jordan carried. "Maybe you'd better be sure to have that around at all times." "I told you to shut up," said Jordan. After that, he ignored the doctor. He didn't have a body with which to do it, but somehow Jordan managed a bow. "A flawless performance. One of your very best, Antoinette." "Do you think so?" sighed Auntie. The frost had melted from her eyebrows and was trickling down her cheek. She left with Jordan. Cameron remained behind. He felt his jaw. It was too bad about his ambitions. He knew now that he was never going to be the spectacular success he had once imagined. Not after these accidentals had escaped from Handicap Haven. Still, he would always be able to practice medicine somewhere in the solar system. He'd done his best on the asteroid and this ship, and had been a complete ass both times. The ballerina hadn't really died, as he had been told. It would have been better for her if she had. He succeeded in recalling her name. It had been Antoinette. Now it was Auntie. He could have found that out by checking her case history, if Handicap Haven had one on file. Probably not, he comforted himself. Why keep case histories of hopeless cases? "We'll stick to the regular lanes," said Docky. "I think we'll get closer. They have no reason to suspect that we're heading toward Earth. Mars is more logical, or one of the moons of Jupiter, or another asteroid." Jordan shifted uneasily. "I'm not in favor of it. They'll pick us up before we have a chance to say anything." "But there's nothing to distinguish us from an ordinary Earth-to-Mars rocket. We have a ship's registry on board. Pick out a ship that's in our class. Hereafter, we're going to be that ship. If traffic blips us, and they probably won't unless we try to land, have a recording ready. Something like this. ME21 9 reporting. Our communication is acting up. We can't hear you, traffic. Don't overdo the static effects, but repeat that with suitable variations, and I don't think they will bother us." Shaking his head dubiously, Jordan swung away toward the repair shops. "You look worried," said Auntie. Docky turned around. "Yeah." "Won't it work?" "Sure. We'll get close to Earth. They're not looking for us around here. They don't really know why we escaped in the rocket. That's why they can't figure out where we're going." His face was taut, and his eyes were tired. "It's not that. The entire solar police force has been alerted for us." "Which means?" "Look, we planned to bypass the Medi-Council and take our case directly to the solar government. If they want us as much as the radio indicates, it's not likely they'll be very sympathetic. If the solar government doesn't support us all the way, we'll never get another chance." "Well?" said Auntie. She seemed trimmer, more vigorous. "What are we waiting for? Let's take the last step first." He raised his head. "The solar government won't like it." "They won't, but there's nothing they can do about it." "I think there is. simply shoot us down. When we stole the ship, we automatically stepped into the criminal class.
We knew that in advance.
Is it worth it?
I think so, said Auntie.
In that event, he said, I'll need time to get ready. She scrutinized him carefully.
Maybe we can fix you up.
With fake arms and grease paint? No, they'll have to accept us as we are.
A good idea. I hadn't thought of the sympathy angle.
Not sympathy, reality. I don't want them to approve of us as handsome accidentals and have them change their minds when they discover what we're really like. Auntie looked doubtful, but she kept her objections to herself as she waddled away. Sitting in silence, he watched her go. She, at least, would derive some benefit. Dr. Cameron apparently hadn't noticed that exposure to extreme cold had done more to inhibit her unceasing growth than the acid bath. She'd never be normal again, that was obvious, but some day, if the cold treatment were properly investigated, she might be able to stand gravity. He examined the telecom. They were getting closer. No longer a bright point of light, Earth was a perceptible disk. He could see the outline of oceans, shapes of land. He could imagine people. Jordan came in. The record is rigged up, though we haven't had to use it, but we have a friend behind us, an official friend. Has he blipped us? Not yet. He keeps hanging on. Is he overtaking us? He would like to. Don't let him. With this bag of bolts? Shake it apart if you have to, Docky impatiently said. How soon can you break into a broadcasting orbit? I thought that was our last resort. Right. And as far as Auntie and I are concerned, this is it. Any argument against? None that I can think of, answered Jordan. With a heavy cruiser behind us, no argument at all. They were all in the control compartment. I don't want to focus exclusively on me, Docky was saying. To a world of perfect normals, I may look strange, but we have to avoid the family portrait effect.
Samples, suggested Auntie.
In a sense, yes. A lot depends on whether they accept those samples. For the first time, Dr. Cameron began to realize what they were up to.
Wait, he exclaimed. You've got to listen to me.
We're not going to wait, and we've already done enough listening to you, said Docky. Jordan, see that Cameron stays out of the telecom transmitting angle and doesn't interrupt. We've come too far for that. Sure, Jordan promised harshly. If he makes a sound, I'll melt the teeth out of his mouth. He held the toaster against his side, out of line with the telecom, but aimed at Cameron's face. Cameron began to shake with urgency, but he kept still. Ready? Docky asked. Flip the switch and we will be, with everything we got. If they don't read us, it'll be because they don't want to. The rocket slipped out of the approach lanes. It spun down, the stern tubes pulsing brightly, coming toward Earth in a tight trajectory. Citizens of the solar system, began Docky. Everyone on Earth. This is an unscheduled broadcast, an unauthorized appeal. We are using the emergency bands because, for us, this is an emergency. Who are we? Accidentals, of course, as you can see by looking at us. I know this site isn't pretty, but we consider other things more important than appearance. Accomplishment, for example. Contributing to progress in ways normals cannot do. Shut away on Handicap Haven, we're denied this right. All we can do there is exist in frustration and boredom, kept alive whether we want to be or not. Yet we have a gigantic contribution to make, if we are allowed to leave the solar system for Alpha Centauri. You can't travel to the stars now, although eventually you will. You must be puzzled, knowing how slow our present rockets are. No normal person could make the round trip. He would die of old age. But we accidentals can go. We would positively not die of old age. The Medi-Council knows that is true, and still will not allow us to go. At the side of the control compartment, Cameron opened his mouth to protest. Jordan, glancing at him, imperceptibly waggled the concealed weapon. Cameron swallowed his words and subsided without a sound. "Biocompensation," continued Docky evenly. "You may know about it, but in case information on it has been suppressed, let me explain. The principle of biocompensation has long been a matter of conjecture. This is the first age in which medical technology is advanced enough to explore it. Every cell, every organism, tends to survive, as an individual, as a species. Injure it, and it strives for survival according to the seriousness of the injury. We accidentals have been maimed and mutilated almost past belief. Our organisms had the resistance of medical science, real medical science. Blood was supplied as long as we needed it. Machines did all our breathing. Kidneys were replaced, hearts furnished, glandular products supplied in the exact quantities necessary. Nervous and muscular systems were regenerated. In the extremity of our organic struggle, because we had the proper treatment, our bodies were wiped virtually free of death. Sweat ran down his face. He longed for hands to wipe it away. Most accidentals are nearly immortal. Not quite. Will die 400 or 500 years from now. Meanwhile, there is no reason why we can't leave the solar system. Rockets are slow. You would die before you got back from Alpha Centauri. We won't. Time doesn't matter to us. Perhaps better, faster rockets will be devised after we leave. You may get to there long before we do. We won't mind. We will simply have made our contribution to progress as best we could, and that will satisfy us. With an effort, Docky smiled. The instant he did, he felt it was a mistake, one that he couldn't rectify. Even to himself it felt more like a snarl. You know where we're kept, that's a politer word than imprisoned. We don't call it Handicap Haven. Our name for it is the junk pile. And to ourselves, we're junk men. Does this give you a clue to how we feel? I don't know what you'll have to do to force the Medi-Council to grant their permission. We'll appeal to you as our last resort. We have tried all other ways and failed. Our future as human beings is at stake. Whether we get what we want and need is something for you to settle with your conscience. He nudged the switch and sat down. His face was grey. I don't like to bother you, said Jordan, but what shall we do about them? Docky glanced at the telecom. They were uncomfortably close and considerably more numerous than the last time he had looked. Take evasive action, he said wearily. Swing close to Earth and use the planet's gravity to give us a good push. We've got to keep out of their hands until people have time to react. I think you ought to know, began Cameron. There was an odd tone to his voice. Save it for later, said Docky. I'm going to sleep. His body sagged. Jordan, wake me up if anything important happens. And remember that you don't have to listen to this fellow unless you want to. Jordan nodded and touched the controls. Nona, leaning against the gravital panel, paid no attention to the scene. She seemed to be listening to something nobody else could hear. That was nothing new, but it broke Docky's heart whenever he saw it. His breath drew in almost with a sob as he left the control room. The race went on. Backdrop, planets, stars, darkness. The little flecks of light that edged nearer didn't seem cheerful to Jordan. His lips were fixed in a straight, hard line. He could hear Docky come in behind him. Nice speech, said Cameron. Yeah. Docky glanced at the telecom. The view didn't inspire further comment. That's the trouble. It was just a speech. It didn't do you any good. My advice is to give up before you get hurt. It would be. Cameron stood at the threshold. I may as well tell you, he said reluctantly. I tried to before the broadcast, as soon as I found out what you were going to do, but you wouldn't listen. He came into the control compartment. Nona was huddled in a seat, motionless, expressionless. Auntie was absent. You know why the Medi-Council refused to let you go? Sure, said Docky. The general metabolism of accidentals is further from normal than that of creatures we dredge from the bottom of the sea. Add to that an enormously elongated lifespan, and you ought to see the Medi-Council's objection. Get to the point. Look at it this way, Cameron continued almost desperately. The Centauri group contains quite a few planets. From what we know of cosmology, intelligent life probably exists there to a greater or lesser extent. You will be our representatives to them. What they look like isn't important. It's their concern. But our ambassadors have to meet certain minimum standards. They at least... Damn it, don't you see that they at least have to look like human beings? I know you feel that way, said Jordan, rigid with contempt. I'm not talking for myself, Cameron said. I'm a doctor. The Medi-Councillors are doctors. We graft on or regenerate legs and arms and eyes. We work with blood and bones and intestines. We know what a thin borderline separates normal people from you. Don't you understand? They're perfect, perhaps too much so. They can't tolerate even small blemishes. They rush to us with things like hangnails, pimples, simple dandruff. Health, or rather the appearance of it, has become a fetish. They may think they're sympathetic to you, but what they actually feel is something else. What are you driving at? Whispered Docky. Just this. If it were up to the Medi-Council, you would be on your way to the Centauri group. But it isn't. The decision always had to be referred back to the solar system as a whole, and the Medi-Council can't go counter to the mass of public opinion. Docky turned away in loathing. Don't believe me, said Cameron. You're not too far from Earth. Pick up the reaction to your broadcast. Worriedly, Jordan looked at Docky. We might as well find out, said Docky. It's settled now, one way or the other. They searched band after band. The reaction was always the same. Obscure private citizen or prominent one, man or woman. They all told how sorry they were for the accidentals, but... Turn it off, said Docky at last. Now what? Jordan asked numbly. You have no choice, said the doctor. No choice, repeated Docky dully. No choice but to give up. We misjudged who our allies were. We knew you had, said Cameron. It seemed better to let you go on thinking that way while you were on the asteroid. It gave you something to hope for. It made you feel you weren't alone. The trouble was that you got farther than we thought you would ever be able to. So we did, Docky said. His lethargy seemed to lift a little. And there's no reason to stop now. Jordan, pick up the ships behind us. Tell them we've got Cameron on board, a hostage. Play him up as a hero. Basically, he's not with those who are against us. Auntie came into the control compartment. Cheerfulness faded from her face. What's the matter? She asked. Jordan will explain to you. I've got to think. Docky closed his eyes. The ship lurched slightly, though the vibration from the rockets did not change. There was no reason for alarm. The flight of a ship was never completely steady. Docky paid no attention. At last he opened his eyes.
If we were properly fueled and provisioned, he said without much hope, I would be in favour of the 4 of us heading for Alpha or Proxima, maybe even Sirius. It wouldn't matter where, since we wouldn't intend to come back. But we can't make it with our small fuel reserve. If we can shake the ships behind us, we might be able to hide until we can steal the necessary fuel and food.
"What'll we do with Doc?" asked Jordan. "We'd have to raid an unguarded outpost, of course. Probably a small mining asteroid. We can leave him there."
"Yeah," said Jordan. "A good idea, if we can run away from a personal escort of bloodhounds. Offhand, that doesn't seem very likely. They didn't come any closer when I told them we had Doc with us, but they didn't drop back." He stopped and raised his eyes to the telecom. He blinked, not believing what he saw. "They're gone!" His voice broke with excitement. Almost instantly Docky was beside him. "No," he corrected. "They're still following, but they're very far behind." Even as he looked, the pursuing ships visibly lost ground. "What's our relative speed?" asked Jordan. He looked at the dials himself, frowned, tapped them as if the needles had gone crazy. "What did you do to the rockets?" demanded Docky. "Nothing. There wasn't a thing I could do. We were already running at top speed." "We're above it. Way above it." "How?" There was nothing to explain their astonishing velocity. Cameron, Auntie, and Jordan were in the control compartment. Nona still sat huddled up, hands pressed tight against her head. There was no explanation at all, yet power was pouring into the gravital unit, as a long unused, actually useless dial was indicating. "The gravital drive is working," Docky blankly pointed out. "Nonsense," said Auntie. "I don't feel any weight." "You don't," answered Docky. "You won't. The gravital unit was originally installed to drive the ship. When that proved unsatisfactory, it was converted. The difference is slight, but important. An undirected general field produces weight effects inside the ship. That's for passenger comfort. A directed field outside the ship will drive it. You can have one or the other, not both." "But I didn't turn on the gravital drive," said Jordan in flat bewilderment. "I couldn't if I wanted to. It's disconnected." "I would agree with you, except for one thing. It's working." Docky stared at Nona, whose eyes were closed. "Get her attention," he said. It was Jordan who gently touched her shoulder. She opened her eyes. On the instrument board, the needle of a once useless dial rose and fell. "What's the matter with the poor dear?" asked Auntie. "She's shaking." "Let her alone," said Docky. No one moved. No one said anything at all. Minutes passed while the ancient ship creaked and groaned and ran away from the fastest rockets in the solar system. "I think I know," said Docky at last, still frowning. "Consider the gravity-generating plant. Part of it is an electronic computer capable of making the necessary calculations and juggling the proportion of power required to produce, continuously, directed or undirected gravity. In other words, a brain, a complex mechanical intelligence. From the viewpoint of that intelligence, why should it perform ad infinitum a complicated but meaningless routine? It didn't know why, and because it didn't, very simply, it refused to do so. Now consider Nona. She's deaf, can't speak, can't communicate. In a way, she's comparable to the gravital computer. Like it, she has a very high potential intelligence. Like it, she's had difficulty grasping the facts of her environment. Unlike it, though, she has learned something. How much, I don't know, but it's far more than the Medi-Council psychologists credit her with." "Yeah," said Jordan dubiously, "but what's happening now?" "If there were 2 humans involved, you would call it telepathy," answered Docky hesitantly, fumbling for concepts he could only sense without grasping.
One, intelligence, is electronic, the other organic. You'll have to coin a new term, because the only one I know is extrasensory perception, and that's obviously ridiculous. It is, isn't it? Jordan smiled and flexed his arms. Under the shapeless garment his muscles rippled. It isn't, he said. The power was there, but we're the only ones who know how to use it. Or rather, Nona is. Power? Repeated Auntie, rising majestically. You can keep it. I want just enough to get to Centauri. I think you'll get it, Docky promised. A lot of things seem clearer now. For example, in the past, why didn't gravital units work well at considerable distances from the sun? As a matter of fact, the efficiency of each unit was inversely proportional to the square of the distance between it and the sun. The gravital computer is a deaf, blind, mass-sensitive brain. The major fact in its existence is the sun, the greatest mass in the solar system. To such a brain, leaving the solar system would be like stepping off the edge of a flat world, because it couldn't be aware of stars. Now that it knows about the galaxy, the drive will work anywhere. With Nona to direct it, even Sirius isn't far away. Doc, said Jordan carelessly, you'd better be figuring a way to get off the ship. Remember, we're going faster than man ever went before. He chuckled. Unless, of course, you like our company and don't want to leave. We've got to do some figuring ourselves, interposed Docky, such as where we are heading now. A good idea, said Jordan. He busied himself with charts and calculations. Gradually his flying fingers slowed. His head bent low over his work. At last he stopped and folded his arms. Where? asked Docky. There. Jordan dully punched the telecom selector, and a view became fixed on the screen. In the centre glimmered a tiny world, a fragment of a long-exploded planet. Their destination was easily recognizable. It was Handicap Haven. "But why do we want to go there?" asked Auntie. She looked in amazement at Docky. "We're not going voluntarily," he answered, his voice flat and spent. "We're going where the Medi-Council wants us to go. We forgot about the monitor system. When Nona activated the gravital unit, that fact was indicated at some central station. All the Medi-Council had to do was use the monitor to take the gravital drive away from Nona." "We thought we were running away from the ships, which we were, but only to beat them back to the junk pile?" asked Auntie. Docky nodded. "Well, it's over. We did our best. There's no use crying about it." Yet she was. She passed by Nona, patting her gently. "It's all right, darling. You tried." Jordan followed her from the compartment. Cameron remained. He came over to Docky. "Everything isn't lost," he said, somewhat awkwardly. "You're back where you started from, but Nona at least will benefit." "Benefit?" said Docky. "Someone will. It won't be Nona." "You're wrong. Now that she is an important factor, so is a special experimental machine. Very valuable. I don't think she'll like that classification." Silence met silence. It was Dr. Cameron who turned away. "That ghastly glow of yours when you're angry always did upset me. I'll come back when it's dimmer." Docky glared after him. Cameron was the only normal aware that it was Nona who controlled the gravital unit. All the outside world could realize was that it was in operation, as it had been designed to work, but never had. If Cameron could be disposed of. He shook his head. It wouldn't solve anything. He might fool them for a while. They might think he was responsible. In the end, they'd find out. Nona wasn't capable of that much deception, for she never knew what a test was. He went over to her. Once he had hoped. It didn't matter what he had hoped. She looked up and smiled. She had a right to. No word had ever broken the silence of her mind, but now she was communicating with something, whatever it was that an electronic brain could say. Of course, she didn't understand that the conversation was taking place between two captives, herself and the gravital computer. Abruptly he turned away. He stopped at the telecom panel and methodically kicked it apart. Delicate tubes smashed into powder. The emergency radio he thoroughly demolished. The ship was firmly in the grip of the gravital monitor. There was nothing he could do about that. All that remained was to protect Nona from their prying minds as long as he could. She didn't hear the noise, or didn't care. She sat there, head in her hands, calm and smiling. The outer shell of the rocket dome opened before and closed behind them. Jordan set the controls in neutral and lifted his hands, muttering to himself. They were gliding through the lip of the inner shell. Home. "Cheer up," said Cameron breezily. "You're not really prisoners, you know." Nona seemed content, though Jordan didn't. Docky said nothing, the light gone from his face. Auntie wasn't with them. She was floating in the tank of acid. The gravity field of the asteroid made that necessary. The ship scraped gently, and they were down. Jordan touched a lever. Passenger and freight locks were open. "Let's go," said Dr. Cameron. "I imagine there's a reception committee for you." There was. The little rocket dome held more ships than normally came in a year. The precise confusion of military discipline was everywhere in evidence. Armed guards lined either side of the landing ramp down which they walked. At the bottom, a large telecom unit had been set up. If size indicated anything, someone considered this an important occasion. From the screen, larger than life, Medi-Councillor Thornton looked out approvingly. The procession from the ship halted in front of the telecom unit. "A good job, Dr. Cameron," said the Medi-Councillor. "We were quite surprised at the escape of the 4 accidentals and your disappearance, which coincided with it. From what we were able to piece together, you deliberately followed them. A splendid example of quick thinking, Doctor. You deserve recognition for it." "Thank you," said Cameron. "I'm sorry I can't be there to congratulate you in person, but I will be soon." The Medi-Councillor paused discreetly. "At first, the publicity was bad. Very bad. We thought it unwise to conceal an affair of such magnitude. Of course, the unauthorized broadcast made it impossible. Fortunately, the gravital discovery came along at just the right time. I don't mind telling you that the net effect is now in our favor." "I hoped it would be," said Cameron. "Nona." "You've spoken about her before." The Medi-Councillor frowned. "We can discuss her later. For the moment, see that she and the rest of the accidentals are returned to their usual places. Bring Docky to your office at once. I want to question him privately." Cameron stared at him in bewilderment. "But I thought—" "No objections, Doctor," snapped Thornton. "Important people are waiting for you. That is all." The telecom darkened. "I think you heard what he said, Dr. Cameron." The officer at his side was very polite. He could afford to be, with a rank of 3 big planets on his tunic. "Very well," Cameron answered. "But as commander for the asteroid, I request that you furnish a guard for the girl." "Commander?" repeated the officer. "That's funny. My orders indicate that I am, until further notice. I haven't got that notice." He looked around at his men and crooked a finger. "Lieutenant, see that the little fellow, Jordan I think his name is, gets a lift back to the main dome, and you can walk the pretty lady to her room, or whatever it is she lives in." He smiled negligently at Cameron. "Anything to oblige another commander." The Medi-Councillor, Thornton, was waiting impatiently on the telecom when they got to Cameron's office. "We will arrive in about 2 hours," he said immediately. "When I say we, I mean a number of top governmental officials and scientists. Meanwhile, let's get on with this gravital business." He caught sight of the commander. "General Judd, this is a technical matter. I don't think you'll be interested in it." "Very well, sir. I'll stand guard outside." The Medi-Councillor was silent until the door closed behind General Judd. "Sit down, Docky," he said with unexpected kindness. He paused to note the effect. "I can sympathize with you. You had everything you wanted nearly within your reach. And after that, to return to Handicap Haven. Well, I can understand how you feel. But since you did return, I think we can arrange to do something for you." Docky stared at the man on the screen. A spot of light pulsed on his cheek and then flared rapidly over his face. "Sure," he said casually, "but there are criminal charges against me." "A formality," said the Medi-Councillor. "With a thing like the discovery, or rediscovery, of the gravital drive to think about, no one is going to worry much about your unauthorized departure from the asteroid." Medi-Councillor Thornton sounded pleased. "I don't want to mislead you. We can't do any more for you medically than has already been done. However, you will find yourself the center of a more adequate social life. Friends, work, whatever you want. Naturally, in return for this, we will expect your full cooperation." "Naturally," Docky blinked at him and got to his feet. "Sounds interesting. I'd like to think about it for a minute." Cameron planted himself squarely in front of the screen. "Maybe I don't understand. I think you've got the wrong person." "Dr. Cameron," Thornton glowered. "Please explain." "It was an easy mistake to make," said Cameron. "Cut off from communication, the gravital drive began to work. How? Why? Mostly, who did it? You knew it wasn't I. I'm a doctor, not a physicist. Nor Jordan. He's at best a mechanic. Therefore, it had to be Docky, because he's an engineer. He could make it work. But it wasn't Docky. He had nothing to do with—" "Look out!" cried Thornton, too late. Cameron fell to his knees. The same foot that had brought him down crashed into his chin. His head snapped back and he sprawled on the floor. Blood trickled from his face. "Docky!" shouted Thornton from the screen. Docky didn't answer. He was crashing through the door. The commander was lounging against the wall. Head down, Docky ran into him. The toaster fell from his belt to the floor. With scarcely a pause, Docky stamped on it and continued running. The commander got to his feet and retrieved the weapon. He aimed it tentatively at the retreating figure. A thought occurred to him, and he lowered it. He examined the damaged mechanism. After that, it went gingerly into a tunic pocket. Muffled shouts were coming from Cameron's office. The general broke in. The Medi-Councillor glared at him from the screen. "I can see that you let him get away." The dishevelled officer straightened his uniform. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll alert the guards immediately." "Never mind now. Revive that man." The general wasn't accustomed to giving resuscitation. It was out of his line. Nevertheless, in a few minutes Cameron was conscious, though somewhat dazed. "Now then, Doctor, if it wasn't Docky who was responsible for the sudden functioning of the gravital drive, who was it?" With satisfaction, Cameron told him. He had not been wrong about the girl. Listening to the detailed explanation of Nona's mental abilities, the general was perplexed, as generals sometimes are. "I see," the Medi-Councillor nodded. "We overlooked that possibility altogether. Not the mechanical genius of an engineer. Instead, the strange telepathic sense of a girl. That puts the problem in a different light." "It does." Cameron pressed his aching jaw. She can't tell us how she does it. We'll have to experiment. Fortunately, it won't involve any danger. With the monitor system, we can always control the gravital drive." The Medi-Counselor leaned perilously backward and shook his head. "You're wrong. It's supposed to, but it doesn't. We tried. For a microsecond, the monitor did take over, but the gravital computer is smarter than we thought, if it was the computer that figured out the method. It found a way of cutting the power from the monitor circuit. It didn't respond at all." Cameron forgot his jaw. "If you didn't bring the rocket back on remote, why did she come?" "Docky knows," growled the Medi-Counselor. "He found out in this room. That's why he escaped." He tapped on his desk with blunt fingers. "She could have taken the ship anywhere she pleased, and we couldn't have stopped her. Since she voluntarily came back, it's obvious that she wants the asteroid." Medi-Counselor Thornton tried to shove his face out of the screen and into the room. "Don't you ever think, General? There isn't any real difference between gravital units except size and power. What she did to the ship, she can do as easily to the asteroid." He thrust out a finger and pointed angrily. "Don't stand there, General Judd! Find that girl!" It was late for that kind of command. The great dome overhead trembled and creaked in countless joints. The little world shivered, groaned as if it had lain too long in an age-old orbit. It began to move. Vague shapes stirred, crawled, walked if they could. Fantastic and near-fantastic figures came to the assembly. Huge or tiny, on their own legs or borrowed ones, they arrived, with or without arms, faces. The word had spread by voice, by moving lips, by sign languages of every sort. "Remember, it will be hours or perhaps days before we're safe," said Docky. His voice was growing hoarse. "It was up to us to see that Nona has all the time she needs." "Where is she hiding?" asked someone from the crowd. "I don't know. If I did, I still wouldn't tell you. It's our job to keep them from finding her." "How?" demanded one near the front. "Fight the guards?" "Not directly," said Docky. "We have no arms in the sense of weapons. Many of us have no arms in any sense. All we can hope to do is obstruct their search. Unless someone has a better idea, this is what I plan. I want all the men, older women, and the younger ones who aren't suitable for reasons I'll explain later. The guards won't be here for another half hour. It will take that long to get them together and give them the orders that the Medi-Council must be working out now. When they do come, get in their way. How you do that, I'll leave to your imagination. Appeal to their sympathy as long as they have any. Put yourself in dangerous situations. They have ethics. At first they'll be inclined to help you. When they do, try to steal their weapons. Avoid physical violence as much as you can. We don't want to force them into retaliation. Make the most of that phase of their behavior. It won't last long." Docky paused and looked over the crowd. "Each of you will have to decide for himself when to drop that kind of resistance and start an active battle campaign. We have to disrupt the light and scanning and ventilation systems, for instance. They'll be forced to keep them in repair. Perhaps they'll try to guard these strategic points. So much the better for us. There'll be fewer guards to contend with." "What about me?" called a woman from far and back. "What do I do?" "You are in for a rough time," Docky promised her. "Is Geryon here?" She elbowed her way to his side through the crowd. "Geryon," said Docky to the accidentals, "is a normal, pretty woman, outwardly. She has, however, no trace of a digestive system. The maximum time she can go without food and fluid injections is 10 hours. That's why she's here." Again Docky scanned the group. "I need a cosmetech, someone who has her equipment with her." A legless woman propelled herself forward. Docky conferred with her. She seemed startled, but she complied. Under her deft fingers, Geryon was transformed. into Nona. "She will be the first Nona they'll find," explained Docky, "because she can get away with the disguise longer. I hope, they'll call off the search for a few hours while they test her. Eventually they are sure to find out. In Gerion's case, fingerprints or x-rays would reveal who she is, but that won't occur to them immediately. Nona is impossible to question, as you know, and Gerion will act exactly as Nona would. As soon as they discover that Gerion isn't Nona, well, they won't bother to be polite, if that's the word for it. The guards will like the idea of finding an attractive girl they can manhandle in the line of duty, especially if they think that it'll help them find Nona. It won't, of course, but it will hold up the search, and that's what we want." They stood still, no one moving. Women looked at each other in silent apprehension. "Let's go," said Jordan grimly. "Wait," advised Docky. "I have one volunteer Nona. I need about 50 more. It doesn't matter if you're physically sound or not. We'll raid the lab for plas tissue. If you think you can be made up to look like Nona, come forward." Slowly, singly, and by twos and threes, they came to him. There were few indeed who wouldn't require liberal use of camouflage. The rest followed Jordan out. Mass production of an individual, not perfect in every instance, good enough to pass in most. Docky watched approvingly, suggesting occasional touches of makeup. "She can't speak or hear," he reminded the volunteers. "Remember that at all times. No matter what they do, hide in difficult places. After Gerion is taken, and the search called off and then resumed, let yourselves be found, one at a time. Every guard that has to take you for examination is one less to look for the real Nona. They'll have to find her soon or get off the asteroid." The cosmetechs were busy. None stopped. There was one who looked up. "Get off?" she asked. "Why?" "The sun is getting smaller." "Smaller?" exclaimed the woman. He nodded. "Handicap Haven is leaving the solar system." Her fingers flew and moulded the beautiful curve of a jaw where there had been none. Next, plastissue lips were applied. Nona was soon hiding in 100 places, and one more. The orbit of Neptune was far behind, and still the asteroid was accelerating. 2 giant gravital units strained at the core of Handicap Haven. The third clamped an abnormally heavy gravity on the isolated world. Prolonged physical exertion was awkward and doubly exhausting. Hours turned into a day, but the units never faltered. "Have you figured it out as precisely as you should?" asked Docky easily. "You share our velocity away from the sun. You'll have to overcome it before you can start going back." The general ignored him. "If we could only turn off that damned drive." Engineer Fogel shrugged sickly. "You try it," he suggested. "I don't want to be around when you do. It sounds easy, just a gravital unit, but remember, there's a good-sized nuclear pile involved." "I know we can't," admitted the general, morosely looking at the darkness overhead. "On the other hand, we can take off and blow this rock apart from a safe distance." "And lose all hope of finding her," taunted Docky. "We're losing her anyway," Cameron commented sourly. "It's not as bad as all that," consoled Docky. "Now that you know where the difficulty is, you can always build another computer and furnish it with auxiliary senses, or maybe build into it the facts of elementary astronomy." Cautiously, he shifted his frail body under the heavy gravity. "There's another solution, though it may not appeal to you. I can't believe Nona is altogether unique. There must be others like her, so-called born mechanics, maybe, whose understanding of machinery is a form of empathy we've never suspected. Look hard enough, and you may find them, perhaps in the most unlikely or unlovely body. General Judd grunted wearily. "If I thought you knew where she is—" "You can try to find out," Docky invited, glowing involuntarily. "Forget about the dramatics, General," said Cameron in disgust. "We've questioned him thoroughly. Resistance we would have had in any event. He's responsible merely for making it more effective than we thought possible." He added slowly, "At the moment, obviously, he's trying to tear down our morale. He doesn't have to bother. The situation is so bad that it looks hopeless. I can't think of a thing we can do that would help us." The sun was high in the center of the dome. Sun? More like a very bright star. It cast no shadows. The lights in the dome did. They flickered and with monotonous regularity went out again. The general swore constantly and emotionlessly until service was restored. A guard approached with his captive. "I think I found her, sir." Cameron looked at the girl in dismay. "Guard, where's your decency?" "Orders, sir," the man said. "Whose orders?" "Yours, sir. You said she was sound of body. How else could I find out?" Cameron scowled and thrust a scalpel deep into the girl's thigh. She looked at him with a tear-stained face, but didn't move a muscle. "Plast tissue, as any fool can see," he commented dourly. The guard looked revolted and started to lead her out. "Let her go," snapped the doctor. "Both of you will be safer, I think." The girl darted away. The guard followed her, shuddering, his eyes filled with a self-loathing that Cameron realized would require hours of psychiatric work to remove. Docky smiled. "I have a request to make." "Go ahead and make it," snorted the general. "We're likely to give you anything you want." "You probably will. You're going to leave without her, very soon. When you do go, don't take all your ships. We'll need about 3 when we come to another solar system." General Judd opened his mouth in rage. "Don't you say anything you'll regret," cautioned Docky. "When you get back, what will you report to your superiors? Can you tell them that you left in good order while there was still time to continue the search? Or will they like it better if they know you stayed until the last moment, so late that you had to abandon some of your ships?" The general closed his mouth and stamped away. Wordlessly, Cameron dragged after him. The last ship had blasted off, and the rocket trails had faded into overwhelming darkness. The sun, which had been trying to lose itself among the other stars, finally succeeded. The asteroid was no longer the junk pile. It was a small world that had become a swift ship. "We can survive," said Docky. "Power and oxygen we have, and we can grow or synthesize our food." He sat beside Auntie's tank, which had been returned to the usual place. A small tree nodded overhead in the artificial breeze. It was peaceful enough, but Nona wasn't there. "We'll get you out of the tank," promised Jordan. "When she comes back, we'll rig up a place where there's no gravity, and we'll continue cold treatment." "I can wait," said Auntie. "On this world I'm normal." Docky stared forlornly about. The one thing he wanted to see wasn't there. "If you're worrying about Nona," advised Auntie, "don't. The guards were pretty rough with the women, but Plastissue doesn't feel pain. They didn't find her." "How do you know?" "Listen," said Auntie. The ground shivered with the power of the gravital units. "As long as they're running, how can you doubt?" "If I could be sure." "You can start now," Jordan said. "First, though, you'd better get up and turn around." Docky scrambled to his feet. She was coming toward him. She showed no sign of strain. Except for a slight smudge on her wonderfully smooth and scarless cheek, she might just have stepped out of a beauty cubicle. Without question, She was the most beautiful woman in the world. This world, of course, though she could have done well on any world, if she could have communicated with people as well as with machines. "Where were you hiding?" Docky asked, expecting no answer. She smiled. He wondered, with a feeling of helplessness, if machines could sense and appreciate her lovely smile, or whether they could somehow smile themselves. "I wish I could take you in my arms," he said bitterly. "It's not as silly as you think," said Auntie, watching from the surface of the tank. "You don't have any arms, but she has two. You can talk in here, but she can't. Between you, you're a complete couple." "Except that she would never get the idea," he answered unhappily. Jordan, rocking on his hands, looked up quizzically. "I must be something like her. They used to call me a born mechanic. Just put a wrench in my hand and I can do anything with a piece of machinery. It's as if I sense what the machine wants done to it. Not to the extent that Nona can understand naturally. You might say it's reversed, that she's the one who can hear, while I have to lip-read." "You never just gabble," Docky prompted. "You have something in mind." Jordan hesitated. "I don't know if it's stupid or what. I was thinking of a kind of sign language with machines. You know, start with the simple ones, like clocks and such, and see what they mean to her. Since there'd be basic machines, she'd probably have pretty basic reactions. Then it's just a matter of—" "You don't have to blueprint it," Docky cut in excitedly. "That would be fine for determining elementary reactions, but I can't carry around a machine shop. It wouldn't be practical. There ought to be one variable machine that would be portable and yet convey all meanings to her." "An electronic oscillator?" Acid waves washed at the sides of the tank as Auntie stirred impatiently. "Will you two great brains work it out in the lab, please? And when you get through with that problem, you'll have plenty more to keep you occupied until we get to the stars. Jordan and me, for instance. What future is there for a girl unless she can get married?" "That's right," Docky said. "I've got an idea we can do better than normal doctors. Being accidentals ourselves, we won't stop experimenting till we succeed, and we have hundreds of years to do it in." Glowing, literally, with pleasure, he bent over for Jordan to climb on his back. Then he kissed Nona and headed for the laboratory. Nona smiled and followed. "There are some things you don't need words or machines to express," Auntie called out. "Keep that in mind, will you?" She submerged contentedly in the acid bath. Above the dome, the stars gleamed a bright welcome to the little world that flashed through interstellar space. The end. To help save more of the forgotten stories of futures past, visit storiesoffuturespast.substack.com/about.